the sound of a battle cry. A battle cry.
Howdy, howdy, it's your old pal, Tiki the Hut. Thanks for joining me again on another Too Late Tonight with Tiki. We got a lot to build tonight. I'm pretty excited. Should be a pretty fun stream. We're building some definite Conflict 47 style models. We kind of bounce a lot between Bolt Action and Conflict 47, but I think this one is definitely going to be a Conflict 47. So, I was actually had a little bit of downtime during the day before the stream, so I went ahead and got these built up. Didn't really do this on stream only because there wasn't a lot to do on stream. So the trucks came 3D printed, and so did the 20mm anti-air guns. So what I did with that is I actually cut down the back two legs here. I cut down the back two, or hold on, I took the wheels off. So I took the wheels off the AA gun. I cut down the back two legs. I left the tongue where it is, so that way it kind of fits in the bed of these Japanese Type 94 Zuzu trucks. So if you take a 20mm anti-air gun, you put it in the back of a Type 94 Zuzu truck, it becomes a Type 98 anti-aircraft truck. So now I have two of them. These are pretty good. They have 360 light autocannon fire, so not bad. Still a light-skinned vehicle, but you know, pretty cheap. Those cost 50 points a pop, so you can definitely spam those if you want to do. Hey, what's going on, Evolution? So yeah, I finished these up during the day. I said it wasn't too much to them, not a lot of kit bashing. Just taking the wheels off, gluing the wheels on the back. And the whole story is I want them to have that look, that way these trucks can drive up and actually deploy these, theoretically. I mean, it's glued in there, it's not going anywhere. But if they wanted to, you could literally carry this off the truck, put the wheels on, and then wheel it wherever you need it, you know? So yeah, these are anti-air trucks, but they're definitely going to be my fast attack vehicles. They're a little bit better than my trucks with medium machine guns, as these have... So, the vehicle-borne machine guns took a nerf, right? So, medium machine gun should kick out 6 shots, so you only get half of that. So if you put a medium machine gun on a light truck, you only get 3 shots. I'm not really a fan of that. I think pintle weapons shouldn't be affected, because a pintle weapon on a tank, if you fire it, it makes you open tops. And the only other vehicles that carry pintle machine guns are open top vehicles, right? But neither here nor there. No one asked me my opinion. So a way to get around that is these things right here. Also, so a regular light truck with a medium machine gun on it costs about 38 points. These trucks cost 50 points. These get 2 shots, where the other truck gets 3 medium machine gun shots. These get 2 light autocannon shots. So you're looking at that. So for what is that? A 12-point increase and a loss of 1 shot. You're kicking out light autocannon shots with HE. So, and these have 360, where the other trucks only have a front firing arc. Not bad. Really, really, really not bad. So, I thought it was a good deal. Now, as far as monetary-wise, I think both of these trucks all together counting the trucks and the anti-aircraft guns. I think they cost me about $50. That's with shipping. I ordered the trucks and the anti-aircraft guns from Etsy. So I think all together, everything with shipping cost me about $50. So, and that's how much a standard tank costs. So, not bad. Not a bad addition to our Imperial Japanese motor pool here. I kind of like the 2 wheels in the back. I thought it was kind of a cool touch. They have like wheels on the side and everything. All right, so let me put those to the side, and then we'll get started on what we're working on. So tonight we're working on our 2 Scorpion Light Walkers that we need to build, and then I'm pretty sure those won't take the whole stream. So once we have those built, I think we're going to move on to building our 2 Conflict 47 Imperial Japanese officers. And so what makes the difference? They'll have assault rifles. Yeah, exact right. Evolution of Gaming. Yeah, I say I eternally will always play the Imperial Japanese like the GLA for a Command and Conquer General. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, I'm using them as technicals. All right, there are the legs to 1 walker. Let's get out the resin pieces. Alright, so the way the resin kit comes is here's the body for the Scorpion, and you get the 2 tails. You get the regular one where you just kind of put this, I'd have to cut it down to show you. You kind of just put this guy in the back here, or you actually have the tail that actually makes it the Scorpion. Again, I'm going to have to trim it so it fits a little bit better. And then you can put your light AT gun or your light compression cannon up here. Terminator Dark Fate. I'm trying to think which one that is. Is that the first person shooter or is that the RTS? I can't quite think which one that is off the top of my head. But yeah, now that I know how easy it is, so I kind of I kit bashed those AA trucks in my head. I figured those 2 pieces would go together, and sure enough they did. So now that I know how easy it is, I think I might build a few more in the future. Alright. Oh, hell yeah. RTS, I'm all over it. FPS, I do like an FPS game, I really do. But RTS and RTTs, I'm all over it. So yeah, I'd definitely check it out. Alright, shout out to Maria, thank you. It's a funny story, these extra German spruce that I'm always talking about. If I can grab one. Just one. There we go. These sprue I'm always talking about that I got from Warlord Games for free when I ordered like $80 of items from them for free shipping. I thought it was just random like Panzer Grenadier or something like that, but I think it's their new line. I think it's the same sprue that comes in the War Games Illustrated magazine. So it made me super appreciative. I'm like, wow, they gave me something really nice. I like Dark Tide. I'm not gonna lie. I think I said it yesterday. Controversial opinion. I like Dark Tide better than Space Marine 2. I don't know. It's just a little bit more enjoyable for me. So we're taking out our metal pieces. This bottom one is the light AT gun. This top one is the light compression cannon. These little metal nipple looking things, these are the 2 forward-mounted medium machine guns. So, it's so funny. The rules are wrong. So usually I love Easy Army, but I think they got the rules on the Scorpion wrong, and I'll say why. Let me grab a book, because I actually have... Hold on. Oh, that book's packed away, so yeah, let me look it up on my phone. So I'll read to you off the rules for the Scorpion. You can let me know how it's ran. And I think word choice and the points value is what makes it the way it is, and I'll explain to you what I mean. Let me get to the Japanese real quick. All right, Japanese walkers. Okay, here we go. The Type 6, so it's literally light walker. So it can be taken as a regular for 95 points, or for 150 points to be taken as a veteran. Okay, so normally it comes equipped with 2 forward-facing casement-mounted light medium machine guns. Casement just means it's mounted to the hole, to the body, right? So these 2 little nipple medium machine guns, these 2 forward-facing machine guns go right here, right? So for the stock points, either 95 or 115, it comes with the 2 mounted medium machine guns. It's important to remember. Options. Add a forward-facing casement-mounted light anti-tank gun for 30 points. So you put the tail on, and you add the AT gun. That's 30 points. Replace a light AT gun for a forward-facing casement-mounted light compression cannon. Okay, so you swap the AT gun for the compression cannon at no additional points. So, with that being said, for the weapons profile, I read it as it has the light compression cannon or the AT gun, whatever you paid for, plus the medium machine guns. It never says you replace the medium machine guns. You have 2 forward-facing casement-mounted linked medium machine guns, and then you add a forward-facing casement-mounted light anti-tank gun. And then you can replace the AT gun with the compression cannon. It never says the AT gun replaces the forward-mounted medium machine guns. So even on the model, it doesn't make sense because the gun goes up in the tail, either the light AT gun or the compression cannon. The medium machine guns still stay like where the fangs or where the front are. So when you run it in Easy Army, you know, running it as a regular costs 95 points. I recommend running as a veteran, but when you run as a veteran at 115 points, you're getting the 2 machine guns plus the AT gun plus or the compression cannon, and you also get Recce and Agile. Right, yeah, so exactly, why would you take out the machine guns? You don't, they stay there. And that's why it costs 115 points in a regular, because yeah, it has Recce, and it has a light compression cannon and the machine guns, but it's also only 7+ armor. It's basically an armored car. So tanks cost, just to let you know, the Type 97 Kaishinto with the light compression cannon costs 186 points for the veteran, and it has a light compression cannon plus 2 mini machine guns, 1 forward facing, 1 rear facing. You're like, well, okay, how come that one costs 186 more? It's like, that's because it has 8 armor. That's why. So, I don't know. I think it's a little weird. I think it seems like when you're running it through Easy Army, they take away your medium machine guns if you add the light compression cannon, which, to be honest, just using a light compression cannon, it can work fine against infantry or tanks. But that's not the point of it. It should have the light compression cannon plus the medium machine guns. The reason why you're like, how come it gets everything? I'm like, well, that's because it has no armor. That's what the trade-off is. Basically, yeah, it has the same armor value as like a Hago, yeah. So that's the thing with the Scorpion. So when you run the rules right, the Scorpion is extremely attractive. It's very similar in points cost to my beloved Type 92 Tankette, which I use for almost anything. Type 92 Tankette also has recon, but it has a heavy machine gun in the hull and a mini machine gun in the turret. So this is actually a much better vehicle, it just costs a little bit more. But in Conflict 47, you only have one armored car slot per platoon, so it really competes for that spot. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to drop the resin and metal pieces in a water and dish soap mixture, just to get all the kind of the stuff off. I always like to wash off metal casted items, be they bullets or models. Door. Yeah, so I just have a real light mixture of cold water and a little bit of dish soap. Let them just hang out in there for a little bit. Wash off all the stuff. Alright, so some of the things we'll be working on tonight. After we finish 2 Scorpions, we'll be building the 2 Conflict 47 officers for the Imperial Japanese Army. They'll have assault rifles. And then I think that might be it. I mean, I have a few other things we're working on, but they're real small things. I mean, it's just like gluing one piece there to make a model. Like I got my Kippa Tai officers in, my little Sailor Moon figures, but those might take a little bit of work first. But yeah, depending on how fast we finish these Scorpions, maybe a little bit of a shorter stream. But once I finish these, then I'll have all the vehicles to start painting for the Christmas. We'll be painting 7 Chi. Oh man, I get tired just thinking about it. 7 Chihas, 1 Kami float tank, 1 Ha-Go, 1 Ho-Ha APC, 2 Type 98 AA trucks, and then 2 Scorpion Light Walkers. Oh shit! And the Locust medium battle walker. Fuck, forgot about that thing. Yeah, it's a lot of points. All right, there's all the pieces fished out. I'm gonna go grab another paper towel. We're gonna pat all these dry. Let them air dry for a little bit. Then we'll get carving and gluing and get these two things built. Alright, let me go grab another paper towel to pat these things down. Sorry about that. Hold on. I think I spilled a little bit of paint. So let me clean that up real quick while these guys dry. Alright, I'm back. I am so sorry about that. I spilled some of my apple barrel paint, and that was not fun. So, not good. Luckily, it wasn't any, like, Citadel paint. You guys can kind of see where it's already kind of leaked out. So I spilled some of my brown paint over my floor, so I wanted to clean it up as best I could before it got messed up. Hey, what's going on, Matthew? Sorry about that. Yeah, trying to clean as fast as I could. Oh, what a terrible start. So yeah, so we have two scorpions. We're letting them dry because we kind of soaked them in, not really soaked them, but because they're metal and resin, I kind of dipped them in a water dish soap mix. So what we're doing now is we're just going to be picking up the metal and just kind of trimming off the little bits of extra flash. How you doing tonight, Matthew? Luckily, I was able to get up a lot of the paint before it kind of set in, and then I just kind of hit it with like some bleach, and I cleaned it up. I was able to get it cleaned real quick. Alright, somebody was just curious where to find the stream, so I wanted to tell them. It's going well. Now that the paint's picked up, I kind of stressed a little bit. I was like, oh god, oh no. And then I was like, oh no. I was like, it's dead air. It's a muted mic for like, I don't know, it's like 5 or 10 minutes. I was like, oh god. But I decided to risk the upsetting people watching the stream than to stain the floor before the wife gets down here. It's not bad at all. I've already cleaned it up. So far there's no real stain. It just kind of looks like a coffee spill. So I'll be able to get that up pretty easily. Luckily, my work area was so disorganized that it's so many like boxes of metals or boxes of models that I'm like half built, you know, and so most of it got all over the boxes. So I was super lucky. So what we're doing right now is we're just kind of cleaning up the flash off these ball joints. Because these sit inside of here. Like I said, I always enjoy streaming, but I'm not gonna lie, I think I really love streaming when I'm working on a real Conflict 47 model. Like, I like bolt action, don't get me wrong, but to get to work on a Conflict 47 model is really exciting. Because until they put out new ones, it's starting to get a little bit harder and harder to find. Luckily, these come in the Start Collecting box, so they're a little bit easier. Oh yeah. So it's cool. So originally it has 2 people. It has a smaller piece that goes back here. I don't use it because I always pay the extra points to take it with the AT gun and the light compression cannon. What's cool is it's a 2-man walker, but when you put this back here, you can actually see that's the slit for slit for the gunner. So the gunner sits right there and controls the top cannon. The metal's not bad. It's pretty soft. That's one thing I will say. Obviously, I'm a fan of Warlord games. Everybody knows this. But one thing I can say, and I can say this with a little bit of experience, because I cast lead. I do reloading myself, particularly shot shells and straight walled cartridges. So I actually do a little bit of casting for bullets. So I can appreciate metal casting, and I can honestly say the Warlord games, they do a good job casting. The metal's easy to work with. There's not a lot of flash to it. They definitely know what they're doing. And I'm not gonna lie, I know metal's more expensive, but I feel like as like a miniatures company, metal's kind of interesting because let's say you go out and you create a model that doesn't sell, right? Like let's say you make let's get spicy for a second. Let's say you make Italian black shirts, right? And like Mussolini's Guard, and nobody wants to buy it, you know? And so you're stuck with a whole bunch of these metal minis. You can always just smelt them back down and recast them into something else. You know, so there's really not any kind of harm or foul. There's no wasted material. Something I've always enjoyed about metal minis. If they don't sell, just melt them down. So yeah, here's your light AT gun on top for 30 points, and for no extra points, you can swap it to the light compression cannon. Highly recommend the light compression cannon. I used it the other day in the demo game. It is good. It's got a good reach, and it's got a lot of shots, so you can really try and pin something. I'm a pretty big fan. Alright. So let's trim up this scorpion's tail and then his scorpion legs, and then we'll work on the bodies and the guns, and we'll get them ready. Yeah, a lot of their Conflict 47, especially their specialty infantry. Like, here, I have this box right here. Give me a second while I grab them. Where'd they go? Well, that is Japanese Special Weapons Teams. Oh, I had it around here somewhere. Apologize, I thought I had it right here. Oh, wait, I think I see it right here. There we go. So let me turn the light down so it didn't glare off the plastic. But yeah, here's some more metal ones. These are the Siberian Terror Squads. So a lot of their specialty infantry, it could be their Daughters of the Revolution, their Siberian Terror Squads, a lot of their heavy infantry, Ghost Attack Squads, their automatons, all their specialty Conflict 47 infantry are generally all going to be metal. And I'm not a good enough painter to really understand the difference between painting on plastic and metal. I mean, I paint terribly enough that they don't really bother me either or. But that's, so this is Tiki's hobby advice for tonight. Have 2 clippers or nippers, whatever you want to call them. a decent pair, like these are Citadel for like fine work on plastic, and then a beat up like cheap, you know, local big box store or whatever store. You get some of these for just cutting like the big heavy thick metal stuff. That way you're not tearing up your small nippers. For a couple extra bucks, you'll save the life of your good nippers. Again, I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm not a professional. I've just been doing it for a while. These are just things I've learned the hard way. Take it for a grain of salt. Hey, what's going on, Sean? We are working on some Scorpion Light Walkers for the Imperial Japanese. Basically replaces it. So lore-wise, these replace almost all of the Imperial Japanese armored cars / tankettes, and they had a lot of different armored cars, especially with the Special Naval Landing Force and stuff like that. The only thing these don't really replace, like lore-wise, would be the Type 94. So again, people just call it a tankette. They call everything a tankette, but the Type 94 is actually really cool. It was a tractor. It was an armored tractor that had a mini machine gun turret on it. But the whole point was it would pull, you know, armored wagons behind it full of either supplies. They could be used to haul away it would the troops. A lot of times, sadly, they were used for chemical weapon dispersion or flamethrowers or all sorts of weird shit. Type 94s are basically like armored war tractors that are... It's like if John Deere went to war and drank sake. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more the IJA have like every single unit that the GLA have. In general, it's like, oh, you want a toxin tractor? We have it. You want a, I don't think you've seen these yet, Sean. You want an AA gun truck? We have it. So I just built these off stream. So I took a 3D printed Type 94 Isuzu truck, and I took a 3D printed 20mm anti-aircraft gun for the Imperial Japanese. I took the wheels off and I cut down the back leg supports so it fit on the truck bed. And these are now my Type 98 AA trucks. Basically, they're gonna be my fast attack trucks. So I like that I stowed the wheels in the back, so like lore-wise, if they wanted to, they could take the gun out of the bed and put the wheels back on and wheel it around as need be. Rockin' stone, brother. Rockin' stone. Nice. I hope the airbrushing turned out well. Ooh, that's a big flash right there. Let's get that guy off there. Ooh, glad I muted. That thing shot off like a bullet. 15-1, that is impressive. So for those of you doing Kriegsmas who aren't part of the Penal Legion, I'll let you know kind of what my first valve is going to look like. So it's going to be 7 Chihas, because you already have one done. 7 Chihas, 1 Type 2 Kami float tank, 1 Hago, 1 Hoha, 2 Type 98 AA trucks, 2 Scorpion Light Walkers, and 1 Locust Medium Battle Walker. That's a lot to paint. On the plus side, every single one of those models except for one all have the same paint job. The Kami is going to have my, I may or may not valve that one because that's going to have my IJA paint job, or my IJN paint job, which I think is just going to be, gray, but on the sides it's going to have like a big old Imperial Japanese naval ensign on it. If you remember old school Street Fighter 2, if you remember fighting in the Osan with Honda, you know that big old mural they had on the side of the wall, like that huge rising sun? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna paint that on the side of the tanks. Yeah, so these resin tails just require a little bit of cleanup. Alright, now we're going to clean up the 2 main bodies themselves, and we'll start getting this guy glued on. Glow effects, man, look at this fancy guy. we're just doing a one pass over the main body, kind of clipping off any small little printing defects we see. Yeah, let me know who's all doing Kriegsmiss and what faction you're with. No worries, man. Gotta get that patrol life in. I get you. Yeah, so there's another poll. Just always kind of want to find out what kind of interest some people the most about Conflict 47. You know, is it the heavy infantry? How every nation has their own different type with different weapons and different advantages. You know, like the Imperial Japanese are normal size and fast. The Americans are big, you know, and tough. The Soviets are a little bit slow, but they have multiple weapon systems. You know, SMGs, anti-tank rifles. The British have light machine guns on theirs. You know what? Maybe it's the Walkers. Maybe you're a big Mech Warrior fan, but you like Mech Warrior set in a weird world, World War II, which I totally get. Is it the monsters, the zombies, the Shrek Wolfen, the Ursus infantry, which are basically werebears, the Nachtjägers, and the mutants? So is it the Paragon? You know, the Captain American super soldiers the Americans have, the Siberian terror squads, where it's a bunch of penal guys with, you know, antifreeze shot through their blood now. Or is it all the sci-fi weaponry? You know, the Soviet sonic cannons, the British armor-eating corrosive rockets, and their not artificial intelligence, but their automated robots. The Americans with their Tesla weaponry, the Germans with their gravity cannons and rail cannons, Japanese with their compression tech and their molecular ability to blend through walls. I need an option for yes. Oh, what a good answer. Sorry, we're a little bit off stream right now. I'm trying to hold this model just right to try and get this leg to set. I know exactly what you mean, HS, and that's why I do my my Cult Imhotep. I think it worked pretty well. I had people actually come by and look at my models and say, "Oh, hey, that's cool," and never even like freaked out or questioned like, "Are those supposed to be Germans?" No one gave a shit. They were like, "Oh, cool, oh, cool." When I explained, like, "Oh yeah, like the Mummy movies." I was like, "Exactly," I know what you mean, Sean. I mean, they kind of do because the USSR kind of is its own faction, and they're trying to court China in the lore. But I know what you mean. I think Weird War, but set in Afghanistan and Vietnam in like the late 60s, early 70s would be really cool. Alright, so this one kind of has some crazy legs, but I'm trying to glue the legs where it's stable. We don't run the same issue I did with my medium walker. So there's that one. He kind of looks almost more like a crab, which is kind of cool. He's kind of like got his back legs braced and like his front left leg down. He's bracing to shoot, which is kind of cool. Yeah, these, I'm not gonna lie, are probably some of the more terrifying walkers. Like the Coyote and the Guardian just look like big exosuits. I get it, but these ones can kind of like lay with the legs and the hydraulics they can kind of like lay down and put their belly on the grass in the jungle, and they can wait. And then when a car runs by a road or some people, they can literally just stand up and look. And they have those two front medium machine guns and that light compression cannon in the tail. Yeah, it's absolutely terrifying. Yeah, that is a cool thing. Not to forget, if you play Conflict 47, if you like using smoke and bolt action, be careful using smoke in Conflict 47. A lot of the heavy infantry with their power armor suits have IR vision, or IR goggles, and so do the Shrekwofen, so they'll see right through your smoke and charge right through it. Yeah, very, like I said, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of people kind of give it shit. I think it's kind of a weird design, but if you're gonna design a light walker for jungle operations, I mean, it's pretty cool. Probably not the perfect design, but I can see where they'd go with that. It can kind of like lay down and stand up as needed. That turret can kind of clear above some of the tree and shrubbery. Like if you look how bad the AT-ST did against the fucking Ewoks. Now imagine this thing kind of walking around with those 4 legs instead of 2 legs. It can really kind of brace and kind of like move and duck side by side. And it makes me think of the, you guys remember that old movie? What was it called? Like Robo Jocks? I think they fought like a Scorpion style walker once. I mean, it was much larger, of course, but... Yeah, HS. I don't know if you've seen my Locust medium walker, but that's exactly what they did. They took the German Locust medium walker, and they replaced the actual hands, one with a giant metal pincher and the other one with a metal buzzsaw, specifically for jungle work, which is actually pretty cool. Hey, what's going on, Shells of Iron? I'm building a couple of light walkers. This is a Imperial Japanese Army Scorpion Light Walker. Even though it only has 4 legs, you know, you can kind of tell why they call it a Scorpion, because they put the light anti-tank cannon or the light compression cannon up there, and generally has 2 mini machine guns right here. It's a mixture of resin and metal. I'm about to put the mini machine guns in. If you guys didn't know, Shells of Iron is a phenomenal painter, not to make him blush. This guy is absolutely phenomenal at painting, especially freehanding. He paints a lot of awesome Warhammer 40k models. I don't think he plays, he might. I'm not sure. But he does an amazing job painting. He's been freehanding at night for a couple weeks now. If you want to see some serious talent in painting, stuff I can't replicate, definitely check out Shells of Iron. He's really good. I can build a lot of models, and I can paint a lot of models pretty quick and go insane doing it live in front of a non-studio audience. But I'm definitely a quantity over quality kind of guy. So I kind of like this. I love this kind of like crazy leg pose, because I wanted this one to look different from the other. The other one kind of looks standard, but this one kind of looks like he's like kind of crouching down, almost like he's gonna like dodge a shot, you know, or kind of brace to fire. And he's got like these hermit crab style legs. I really like how they came out. They were fun posing. All right, now we're gonna put in the 2 mini machine guns in the front. So, as you guys know, what I'm a huge fan of is I really like kind of like environmental storytelling through the models. Maybe not as much with the painting because I don't have that skill set, but by modeling the models and kit bashing, putting on certain gear, I really like telling a story strictly through the model, where when you look at it, you can kind of figure out like, oh, okay, I see what that is. I get what's going on. Like, okay, that's kind of cool. That's always my goal, or what I try and go for. So I haven't come across too much information for them in the lore, sadly. So, they're no longer on Amazon, unfortunately, and that really breaks my heart. I'm not sure if they're on Kindle. I'll have to look. But, there was Conflict 47 novels, that were available. I think they're redoing the lore, so I think that's probably why they got taken down. But I think you can still get them on Warlord's website. But there's 2 Conflict 47 novels, and they covered Walker warfare, but it was Canadians versus Germans. No Japanese, sadly. The books read, and not in a bad way, the books kind of read like a mix between Fury and Mech Warrior book. You know, Fury the movie and a Mech Warrior book. I think it did a really good job. So it was an all-female Walker crew before you groan and be like, oh, good, this kind of stuff. They actually do a good job of explaining it, because it's 1947 and every country is kind of running out of draftable male population. And because walkers are so small, they need people to fit inside. Not being rude, but the Imperial Japanese don't have that problem. Most of their people, most of their soldiers are like 5'7", 5'8" tops. But the Americans, those corn-fed Americans, are pretty husky. Same to the Canadians. So in order to fit inside their walkers, they need to fit like 3 or 4 people in there, but they're running out of people. So they actually started recruiting women. So women generally make up your walker crews just because they're a little bit shorter. They can fit inside the tank, and there's plenty of them, and they're still draftable age. So it's actually pretty cool. It's an interesting way to bring women into the war on the tabletop without it feeling forced, you know? It's actually a very plausible reason. And they're tucked behind the giant metal suits. So it's not like you see like a, you know, someone out there getting killed and it ruins morale, like they're inside of a walker. So it's a very, very clever way of introducing that and it not feeling like retconned or anything like that. Very well done. The books are pretty good. Books are full of typos, unfortunately, if that bothers you. There are a lot of them, but it's still interesting. It's interesting to watch them fight by day, and then at night they get like terror raids by Shrek Wolf and werewolves and Noctiagers. They send out like the Coyote Walkers with their flamethrowers and medium machine guns, and they're out there like boxing werewolves and light mechs. It's pretty insane. I think there might have been, Matthew. So what I can say is a lot of your tankers are short guys. A very good buddy of mine that I worked with for years on the civilian side, he was an army tanker, and he is extraordinarily short. I'm talking like I'm 6'1", so I always felt I guess I'm kind of tall, but this guy was very, very short. I think he was like 5'1", maybe 5'2". Super cool guy though, but yeah, he loved being a tanker. Alright, we're just cleaning off our light compression cannon before we install it. And I do go to the light compression, so I don't magnetize my models. It's just not something I do. Between the light AT gun and the compression cannon, it's the same price. I'm going to go with the compression cannon every time. It has good range, and it puts out multiple shots. If you land all 3 shots, you get the special compression wave rule, which is pretty cool. But it's not going to knock out a tank. In this last battle report where I had a Scorpion, it couldn't even dent the Panther X, but what it could do is pin the living shit out of it. And when you pin a vehicle, it makes that vehicle have a harder chance shooting and hitting you. So this little walker just kept pinning the living shit out of the giant Panther tank. I'll clean up that excess glue with a toothpick here in a second. Alright, there's one Scorpion Light Walker. You can tell it's got its 2 medium machine guns ready to attack some infantry, and it's got its light compression cannon, which is very good at either taking out infantry or pinning some tanks. Yeah, Shelf of Iron, Squig Herder Sean's another very talented painter. His old world gobos are pretty fantastic. I definitely like to pass praise onto quality painters. It's something skill set I know I don't have, and also I'm lazy. I'm not interested in acquiring it. Not in a mean way. It's just not something I go for. I go for 3 foot away pretty, and I go for a quantity. But I can definitely respect those who take their time and do an amazing job. Let me dry off this body and we'll put together our second one. Yeah, in the so I'm working on the battle report right now. So for the battle report, he multiple people played as the Colt. So they put their Panther X on one side of the board, and it ran that board with between that gravity gun it had and the mini machine gun in the bow, which just had the Hitler's buzzsaw rule, so it had a lot of extra shots. That thing blew up a truck, pinned down the guys that came out of the truck, and then started trying to pin this walker. Luckily, the Scorpion was able to put some pins on it and make it miss. But the Scorpion would shoot its compression cannon at the tank, and then its mini machine guns. It was trying to work on 6 zombies or mummies that were working its way towards that side of the board. So it's quite effective. The other thing is that because it takes the armored car slot, it actually does have the recce rule. So a big tip if you're going to use the Scorpion, if it's the only unit you have in your force that has recce, I would move it last. Because with recce, if it's the last unit moved, all the dice go back in the box. And if something shoots at a model with recce or reconnaissance, I don't like saying recce. So if something shoots at a model with the recon rule, it can actually, and it hasn't taken an order dice yet, it can actually take an order dice and move out of the way, and they can waste that shot. So if you're going to use the Scorpion Light Walker, which I highly recommend, I would always make it be the last unit you use in a turn. If you want to play risky with it and have it out in the front, that way you can get the most out of your recon rule. No worries. You can say anything you want about me. I got a thick skin. It's alright. I can take it. I won't cry myself to sleep at night. I promise. Don't judge me. I'll listen to Taylor Swift and cry into my dryer's ice cream tub box. I don't know, what does ice cream come in? A tin? Does ice cream still come in tins? Cup? A cup of ice cream? Is that what it is? A cup? Two different shades of resin. That kind of cracks me up. So right now we're attaching the. So you can take these without the tail. It has a little piece that goes back here to close that up, and you just take the 2 mini machine guns and you can run it as that, and it's only like 85 or 150 points. It's when you pay the extra 30 bucks, or 30 points as it were, you can take this this tail right here, which 30 points gets you the light anti-tank cannon, and you can swap that out for the light compression cannon. Alright, so an update on the poll. It looks like Monsters and Mutants and Sci-Fi Weapons and Gear are tied. Very interesting. Very, very interesting poll. Definitely excited to see that. Well, I'm hoping this guy let this dry. Yeah, it really would. So the German Light Walker, the Spinne, it's an open top and it comes with an auto cannon and a light anti-tank gun, or you can take it as a closed top and it has a flamethrower. That thing is gnarly for city fighting. And the British version of the American Coyote Light Walker, that actually has an infantry flamethrower on one of its arms. So it has 2 fists to fight with. It has a mini machine gun on one arm and a infantry flamer on the other. So it's almost basically like think of it kind of like a bigger Space Marine. Those things are absolutely gnarly. So there's been a little bit of movement on the Clash of the Caribbean. I've been talking to the Margaritaville at Sea cruise ship. They're kind of altering their destinations. So I'm trying to pin down a good 2-day cruise to kind of keep the price low, for admission. And so I'm working with them on that. But somebody recently bought a couple bumper stickers, and so the funds we've raised so far have gone up to $15, which is pretty cool. So I'm pretty excited about that. But I am still working on the Clash of the Caribbean bolt action tournament. I'm pretty excited for that. It should be hopefully around like September, October of 2025. So we still have like almost a year. Alright, the tail's on there pretty firm, so let's go ahead and start working on the legs. We'll start figuring out how we kind of want to pose this thing. I thought they looked a little bit familiar. Yeah, they really would. Now that I think about it. They do look like the Wotan armored cars. So I'm thinking these big legs are supposed to go in the back, I guess, but I kind of like the way they look otherwise. So when you put the other ones in the back, they kind of look more like a hermit crab. Yes, yeah, even for, because it holds 3, so even for Imperial Japanese, where, like I said, they weren't really taller than 5'7", across the board, mean-wise, the average height, at least in the 1940s. Not for Wotan. I mean, it's the same crew you'd find in a Hago. A driver, a radio person operating machine gun, and a commander/gunner. Yeah, honestly, they say it takes the armored car spot, but it's the Scorpion Light Walker is honestly just a better Hago. Same amount of crew, similar weaponry, just it has a light compression cannon where the Hago doesn't. And it also has the Recce rule, and the armor is 7 all the way around because it's a Walker. So you can't hit it on the top or hit it in the ass and expect to do extra damage. Well, I'm trying to think of the name of it. I think it was the Onzo. The Onzo. They did have the Onzo Legion. So a little known thing, not a lot of people know about. There's this little itty bitty dust up this confrontation. It's kind of like a disagreement, kind of like the big horse disagreement that happened. So it's called the Russian Civil War. You might have heard of it. There was an October that was a particular color. Anyways, so the Russians who fought for the Tsar, particularly the Cossacks. So everyone knows some Cossacks went to go fight for Germany. and the Ukrainians, and some of the other, and the Finnish, against the Russians. Keep it two-legged. So some of the other Cossacks, instead of running towards Germany, where they ran to, is they ran back to what they knew as Manchuria, which became a new Manchukuo, I want to say, a new province by the Empire of Japan. They had their own emperor there, but they needed a military, so they started drafting all the people who were there. A lot of them were Chinese, Mongolian, and they had an absolute shit ton of white Russians, of like former Cossacks down from Siberia and stuff. And so they gave them Japanese uniforms, Japanese weapons. There's actual pictures. If you haven't seen it, they look hilarious. When you have people like me, like a 6'1", big old, like Russian-looking guy, and an Imperial Japanese uniform, it looks like a man in a Boy Scout uniform. It's absolutely hysterical. Like, they clearly weren't made to fit them. But they used them. And what they ended up using them for, once they pulled them out of that area, because they were just there for defense, to fight off, the different warlords of China, any Soviet-Russian aggression. But then later, when the Axis started Operation Barbarossa, when Germany invaded the USSR, they wanted Japan to kind of hit from the east. So Japan was thinking about it, and so what they did is they sent an absolute shit ton of scouts and spies, and they grabbed those former former Russian and Cossacks, because they looked Russian, and they spoke Russian, they seemed Slavic. So they gave them all different uniforms and clothing and weapons and explosives, all sorts of stuff, and they just kind of kicked them over into Russia, like, just go raise hell and scout out and see what's going on. And they did. And unfortunately, they're at one of the battles between the USSR and Imperial Japan, the Anso Legion, which were the Russians of the Imperial Japanese Army. They took apparently there's a lot of disconcerting reports on whether they did well, whether they didn't do well, did they actually have a combat role. But they lost, like, I think over 800 people, which was like the majority of their unit. After that, the unit was done. They just took what few survivors they had and kind of sprinkled them around, just kind of turned them all into spies, and just had them running around doing like sabotage work in USSR. So it's kind of interesting. So we got on the topic because we talked about average height of Imperial Japanese soldiers. But it wasn't just as homogenous as you think, where it's just, Japanese people. They actually had a lot of Koreans, Chinese, some against their will, some were conscripted, some were volunteers. Some people knew the Empire of Japan is bad. Hey, what's going on, Anti-Gravity? This is an Imperial Japanese Army Scorpion Light Walker for Conflict 47. I'm working on another one right now in my hand. I'm just trying to get my glue to come out. Trying to figure out how I want my legs for this one to work. So yeah, these are really cool light walkers. They take the armored car slot in your army list. They have about as much armor as an armored car, but the armor's all the way around because they're walkers, so it's pretty useful. But they carry a lot of cool weaponry, and they still have the recon rule. Definitely a cool looking model and a good fit for any army. All right, you guys can tell I'm working on the second Scorpion. I was trying to get the legs just right. Well, that's the next big thing. They're trying to bring the next edition of Conflict 47 in straight in line to Bolt Action 3rd Edition style rules. You can take like actual platoons. So I'm pretty sure you'll have heavy infantry platoons. Well, you already have that in Conflict 47, but you'll have heavy infantry platoons, walker platoons, armored platoons, probably monstrosity platoons. Alright, so you can tell this one has a little bit different of a pose. I kind of like it. This one kind of looks a little bit more like kind of crawling towards you. The other one's kind of like leaning back, taking a shot and dodging. This one's actively crawling towards you. Well, no, I like my 2 medium machine guns. I'm definitely gonna. I see what you're saying, HS. But I'm gonna put in my 2 medium machine guns because I like having that DACA. I like being able to throw those. God, what is it? I think it's like 8 shots or 10 shots. Yeah, absolutely worth it. So like I said, if you do take these, I definitely recommend you take them as veteran. That way you don't have to worry about them getting pinned or freaked out by getting hit by small arms fire, because they are only 7 armor, so if you take them as anything else, you have to roll. There's a chance they could be pinned out, or could take pins from small arm fires that couldn't even damage them. So take them as veterans, and with the recon rule, make sure you kind of move or use them last to get the most out of that rule. And try and keep them close to line of sight blocking terrain, so they can just kind of like scuttle and run and hide behind it. What I'm doing right now is just trim down some of the metal flash so I can put the 2 medium machine guns in. But if you guys are joining us, like I said, what we're working on is our 2 Scorpion Light Walkers for our Imperial Japanese Army. There's also a poll going on. If you're familiar with Conflict 47, let me know what interests you. Do you like all the different nation-specific heavy infantry with the different types of power armor and their different advantages they have? Do you like the walkers like these light walkers, or maybe some of the big old German heavy walkers with heavy rail cannons on them and stuff like that? Or do you like the monstrosities, all the zombies, the werewolves, the werebears, the vampires, all that fun stuff, the Nachtjägers? Also mutants like the Captain Americas and the Siberian Squad. Or do you just like the weapons, you know? Tesla's cool, there's no other way around it. Let's see how the poll's doing. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, bonsai boys and surf ninjas, I don't mean to alarm you, but it looks like the monsters and mutants are actually winning. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, a lot of votes coming in. People are loving the monsters and the mutants. Well, I know what to paint on stream now. Oh, man. Or is this one I put both me machine guns kind of facing down and to the left? Kind of want to make all these 3 Scorpions look different. So I have one built and painted. And I'm building these 2 so I can get them painted. Hey, what's going on, Squidfist? Hey, man, I appreciate your comment on my my Hula Girl video. Man, I'm glad you like it. That video cracks me up every time I hear it. It really makes me laugh, so I'm glad you like that video. And welcome to the stream, Squidfist. Hopefully, if you're not at work or anything like that, if you're working on your models, feel free to build and paint and chat with us, man. This stream belongs to the chat as much as it does me. We all just kind of hang out here and work on our models and just chit chat. Talk about Conflict 47 or talk about really anything else. There's also a poll going on about what interests you the most about Conflict 47. It's a shameless research tool for me to figure out what kind of videos to prioritize. Wind found it's been stuck in my head. Yes, it's working. Yes. So that song, and I didn't put it in. I didn't put like the influence in it, but it sounds the most like to me. And I think Weird War, my buddy Brian over at Weird War, nailed it. It's a mix between the song from Scooby-Doo Zombie Island, and to me it sounds kind of like an Offspring song. Oh man. Don't grind too hard, man, you'll turn to bone meal. Oh, it's a Toon Kings joke, because they're skeletons. Guess you don't have a funny bone. It's fine. It's fine. All them bones in the skeleton, but no funny bone. It's alright. Reminds me of that awesome video where it's like, what is the skeleton's favorite snack? Ribs! Spare ribs! Why wouldn't you fail me so often? Oh, it's one of the best YouTube videos, hands down, man. All I'm doing right now is just cleaning up a compression cannon to put on the top of the turret. Yes, riots! Yes! So for those you don't know, a lot of us are in the Mordian Glory channel. We hang out there. We also hang out in the Discord. And there's a painting challenge going on. The way it works is you belong to certain factions. Most factions are some of the Imperial Guard units, or Imperial Guard legions from the lore. You have like the Elysians, the Mordians, the Catachans, stuff like that. Well, I used to belong to the Renegades until I started talking some shit, some other people started talking some shit, and now apparently there's a Penal Legion. So, I got thrown in the Penal Legion along with some other people, and so that's where we are for this painting chat. So you paint for your faction, whatever faction wins, you get bragging rights. So I now technically belong to the Penal Legion. That's why, like on my thumbnails, you'll see like a little jail cell over my character, because I now belong to the Penal Legion. To be fair, I requested to go to the Penal Legion. I wanted the Penal Legion as its own faction, and then I went to sleep and I woke up and apparently it is its own faction, and I'm in jail. As one does. So the joke with that, you'll see when anytime we say riot, we generally do a toilet paper and fire emojis for a riot, and that's a sign of the Penal Legion. All right, there's another Scorpion built. Hey, Mad Larkin, yes! Riot! Peanut Legion assemble! Alright, let me pick up my unused pieces. I still have some light AT guns. Let me put those away. Alright, so I washed, because they were resin and metal, I washed these models. I went ahead and I built 2 more Scorpions. So, just to let you guys know how hard the, let me get this paper towel out of here. Paper towel's here because I'd washed these in like a dish soap and water mixture, because they're metal and resin. Alright, so this is what we've built so far. Some of this was done on stream, some of it was done off stream. So. Oh, big arm in the way. Alright. So we got 2 Chiha tanks. We got 2 AA trucks, and we got 2 Scorpion Light Walkers. Those are going to join our, what are you using for glue? All I'm using is super glue. I am a very low-tech, low-skill hobby person. I will show you the super glue that I use. Feel free to lambast me and tell me what a terrible person I am, or what a noob and what a plebe I am. I just use super glue for everything. Metal, plastic, resin. I don't give a shit, I just use super glue. I use PVA glue on like my MDF buildings, but other than that I just use super glue. I use super glue on plastic models, I don't know. Same reason why I paint mine, so it's the same reason why I paint my models super thick with paint too. It's not really to make them look good, it's to make them very tough and like, you know, immune to like touch and shit like that. I want a lot of coats on there, and I want super glue, so in case you drop them, it's not a big deal. Alright, with that build, I think we're going to go ahead and move on. I don't think we don't have any, Yeah, I want to keep saying that I'd never bought plastic glue. It's one of those things where I think I probably should just try it once or twice, but I just stay stocked in super glue, and it's done well for me by now, you know? I've never really had an issue with super glue. I have some planes, like I said, if you guys haven't seen this. I did just recently build this plane. Here, let me put it on stream for you. So I have built this guy. It probably looks like something out of Crimson Skies, but it's actually a real plane called a Abrams P1 Explorer. So I built this guy. I gotta paint him too. But he's not for points, so he can wait. We're in a painting competition. So let me clear off these 2 Scorpions, and I think we're gonna start building our 2 officers. Our officer and his senior NCO for our Conflict 47, because I just found out they can have assault rifles. The Imperial Japanese ones can. So I'm definitely taking assault rifles. The last demo game, they had like submachine guns, and they didn't even get to use them because they didn't even get in range. They were like pinned down behind their blown up truck by that damn Puma or Panther X. So yeah, I've heard about this. It like literally welds the plastic, almost like it kind of like melts it. Yeah, so I love for those of you guys who don't know, I'm a huge Crimson Skies fan too. I have a lot of models, and I'm currently trying to find someone because I want to not just use a friend, but I want someone that I can actually do quality work, and I don't mean that in a mean way. So I'm trying to find out who does a good job 3D printing. I know everybody does, but I have some Crimson Skies aircraft STLs. I wanted to print off at 28mm. I think I'm going to use those for some of my aircrafts, so I'm pretty excited about that. Those are going to be hard to paint because I'm doing the decals and everything. But if you guys do want to see, I did get my, I showed these off yesterday. I did get my Kimpo tie models in that I'll be using. These are custom models. My wife, actually, Mrs. Tiki, helped me pick these out. So before anyone says any, like, sarcastic comments, these were actually picked out by Mrs. Tiki. So these 28mm Sailor Moon, I think this is technically Sailor Jupiter. So this is going to be my Kimpo political officers. They're inexperienced. They'll be armed with an SMG. I'll probably put an MP44 or an MP38 right here in this hand. And these are going to be my my Kimpo officers. So I'm pretty excited. So now that I have both of my Kimpo officers in, I'm working on my 8 Chihas. As you guys know, I've been working on my my Tiki natives. You know, here's my inexperienced lunge mine. He's holding a lunge mine like a spear. So these are my militia, my inexperienced lunge mines. So I'll have that whole meme army built and ready. It's funny you said that, Squid Fist. I went on a nostalgia trip, and I just ordered the Death from the Skies book from 7th edition. Oh god, go back and watch a video on YouTube. I'm sure there's a couple people who have videos on it, like breaking down what was in that book, the flying rules for it, you know, flying in formations, the benefit you got for a squadron leader, you know, what the dogfight phase looked like. It was so cool, so ahead of its time. It's just so 7th edition. You know, a lot of people look back at 7th edition and negatively. I know, the invisible Death Stars, the shenanigans. It was rough, but when you actually played slow play with good people and like Apocalypse games and you used all the different rules, 7th edition was great. I think 7th edition was the last good edition of the Flyers. I remember playing in 8th and they started nerfing Flyers. 7th edition was for the Flyers, man. So I got that 28mm, I got the 28mm Abrams P1 Explorer. As you can tell, they said 28mm, so you can see the plane. That's, because it is a smaller plane, so that actually is pretty much the scale. I was pretty impressed. So I got that, and I got, I still have to build them. But I got, two GBs. You know, small planes. I got them from Etsy. I want to say it's like Creepy Hero or something like that. Creepy Superhero. I order a lot of stuff from him. He does a lot of, I know him from Gaslands. He does a lot of Gaslands models. So that's where I knew him from. I shot from him before in Etsy, and I know he does a good job. He gets scale. He's really good at scale. I think it's called like Creepy Hero. But he did a lot of Gasland stuff, so I've used him before, and he's really good. And he printed me off those planes. But yeah, so that's the homework assignment. If you guys want, for those of you guys who are 40K fans, go look up either on Wayback Machine, Google, or find a YouTube video of them talking about the Death from the Skies supplement book in 7th edition. I just ordered it because I'm trying to make my own flying rules for Conflict 47 games, you know? But, I mean, I like Blood Red Skies, it's just a little too complicated. You know, I want something less complicated than Blood Red Skies, preferably with bigger planes, you know? So we'll see how that goes. But, I ordered that book because I remember it had a really good paper, rock, scissors style flight combat. What else do we have? Alright, well, yeah, let's get cranking on those, Conflict 47 Imperial Japanese officers. So once again, Warlord Games is coming in clutch. They sent me 2 of these sprue, one with each order. I ordered 2 orders from them way back like months ago. Both of them were over $80 for free shipping, and they sent me 2 of these sprue, which is awesome because they have so many good bits that I've been sealing and using, and now I'm going to use the assault rifle bits. Yeah, Mad Lark, you remember what I was talking about? So, you have to remember, I had my Imperial Navy force in 7th edition, so I didn't use tanks, I used Valkyries and Vendettas and stuff like that. So if you go back and look at those formations, if you're able to bring your flyers on in a proper formation, I'm talking spacing and everything, it had to be like in a Delta formation or a line formation, it was so cool. If you brought them in on that formation, they didn't get shot down, they got like special rules, like a +1 reroll or something like that. It was super cool, very difficult to pull off, and it looked awesome on the tabletop. That's the kind of spirit that I missed from 40K back in the day. Yeah, so Squidfits, if you've never seen that army, the painting job is terrible. But I had, so this is 7th edition, so instead of infantry platoons, I just had veterans. So the story was they were Imperial Pioneers, so it's kind of like a mixture between CBs and the Red Horse Squadron. So they're Imperial Navy, but they land on the planet, they take over airfields, and they repair airfields or build airfields, so that therefore Aeronautica Imperialis aircraft like Valkyries, stuff like that, can operate from the planet instead of having to fly down from the plane. So it's like to project the air power of the Imperial Navy. So they're all basically like combat engineers. So every squad were veterans because they're a mixture of both naval armsmen and conscripted Imperial Guardsmen who were left behind on planets, you know, after the Crusade kind of moved on. They'd raid the hospitals, pick any guys, bring them back on the ship, heal them up, and throw them into this Pioneer unit. And so the vet squads, they all ran, the sergeants had bolters, they had autocannons, heavy weapon team, flamer, Voxman, and a grenade launcher, and everybody else was a rifleman. So I just ran vet squads like that, and instead of tanks, I took Valkyries. So I had, I think at the very end, I had 3 Valkyries, 2 Vendettas, and 1 Vulture. So it was absolute. So the twin those 2 Vendettas were an absolute menace. So, and also the way I took it, because they're combat engineers, is I always took an Aegis defense line. So the way it worked is I would land my forces down, I'd set up an Aegis defense line, I'd set up my my veterans behind it, and you know, they'd sit there and kind of engage personnel. My company command team had a mortar in it, you know, so they kind of launch indirect fire. And then the aircraft would kind of go out there, they'd drop off the few Scions I had, and then they absolutely just rain piss and try and push people up against the Aegis defense line while the troops shot from the other side of it. So it's kind of like a hammer and anvil style tactic. Those twin Vendettas, back when they had 3 twin-linked last cannons, were an absolute menace. They would just pop tanks like it was no one's business. So much fun, man. And the Vulture was just an orc mulcher. That thing would just get in the pipe and just start cutting down orcs left and right. It's a lot of fun. Like I said, 7th edition, the rules may not have been good, and I understand that, but it's just like a clunky RPG system. If you had the feeling for it and you wanted to, you can make some really good lore accurate 40k fun with 7th edition. To me, that was the edition that felt the most 40k to me. Like, it felt like what I read in the Gaunt's Ghost books. It felt like the first Space Marine game. Like, it really had that feel to it. The terrain was varied. You could have all sorts of cool, crazy terrain. It wasn't the same stuff over and over. It was fun for what it was. Yeah. Vendettas were a problem, man. So my Valkyrie. So this is back before aircraft could do split fire. So in 8 they got split fire, which is cool, but in 7 they didn't have split fire. So you didn't take door gunners on your Vendettas because there's no sense. A heavy bolter, you use them for just hunting armor. So your Valkyries had the multiple rocket pods and the door gunners and the multi-laser. Your Vendettas had the triple last cannons, and then your Vulture had the twin Punisher cannons. And you just absolutely ran around, just mulch stuff. But it wasn't just Imperial Guard. I mean, the Marines had a whole bunch of flyers, and the Chaos had their Hell Chickens. I've lost many a plane to a damn Hell Chicken, I'll tell you that. Alright, so let's cut out these assault rifles, and let's get building on these officers. I'll say, I could talk about old 7th edition all day long. Yeah, so I like the paint scheme for it too. So my guys, they're regular Acadian models. I used a lot of the push fit models. You know, you used to get those really cheap, which is pretty cool. So those were my riflemen. So it was Acadian models, you know, but the uniform was blue, like ultramarine blue, and the armor and equipment was black. And then you got a color stripe on your helmet and on your right pauldron, depending what your job was. So gold or yellow was leadership. White was a pilot or vehicle operator. Red was heavy weapons. Green was regular infantry. So that was last guns or flamers. And I think that was it. Yeah, I had red, green, white, and yellow. Yep. And the cool thing was back then, yeah, your regimental, I'm not sure if you can still take these in the Imperial Guard, someone correct me. Your regimental advisors, you know, your Master of Ordnance and your Officer of the Fleet, you could take a whole bunch of them. So, back then, your Officers of the Fleet, I think this wasn't until 8th edition this happened. Might have been in 7th edition, but in 8th edition or 7th edition, your Officers of the Fleet, if you had a aircraft attacking a ground target within like so many, I think it was like 10 inches or 12 inches or something like that, they got to re-roll ones. And so then I just started pre-positioning my Officers of the Fleet almost like forward air observers, like PAC-Ps. So that's what they look like. Instead of being like all bougie officers, they were just equipped in the same uniform as the rest of the thing, but they had like a lath pistol in one hand because that's what they're equipped with. And they always had like a radio pack, or they had like smoke grenades or all sorts of stuff. And they were basically just like forward observers trying to call in these airstrikes. I had a lot of fun building that army. It was good times. 8th edition just was not very fun, so I just sold it off to somebody else who was getting started and really wanted an Imperial Guard. So I got them started pretty easily. I think in 8th edition I started converting them over to Elysian, Elysian drop troops. So I had to like get rid of my auto cannons, get rid of a lot of stuff, and rebuild a lot of them. Got rid of the auto cannons, got rid of the a lot of the grenade launchers, so started taking more plasma rifles and, you know, more sniper teams and heavy bolt and missile launchers. And then somewhere along the way, I was just like, eh. like I said, my local Games Workshop shop was pretty cool, but the manager left, and the new guy just wasn't as cool. So I'm just like, eh. Yeah, I had fun kit bashing. So one of the things I did, Mad Lark can get back to me because I know he has the book. He said he did. So if you have a wing commander for your air units, you can actually take them in detachments. This is back when you could do detachments in a force organization chart. I know, crazy times, right? You actually had to mark them. So remember, yellow was my sign of leadership. So on one of the Valkyries, and again, since my guys were blue and black, the paint scheme on my Valkyries, they were jet black, but they had like blue tiger stripes. So on that one, it had like yellow trim on the wings and stuff like that, like yellow, almost like invasion stripes, like the D-Day white invasion stripes. It had yellow ones on the wings. And one of the cool things is such an easy kit bash. So again, I'm not very skilled, but I have cool ideas. So I took a Valkyrie and I took one of those, I tried to find the smallest LED light I could without doing a lot of invasive stuff. So I ended up finding a little red like keychain light. And so I kind of taped that into the Valkyrie with like black tape, you know? And so I taped that into the roof of the compartment of the Valkyrie where you couldn't see it. So when you open it up, you just pressed it and it turned on a red light. So it had like that red light inside the cabin. And the one really cool thing, and I did it to all my Valkyries, because you need to show like when they're hovering and when they weren't. So the way I showed how my Valkyries were hovering, and this is a super easy way to do it, is I super glued a little bit of black 550 cord to the top of the roof inside the compartment of the Valkyries. So when you open up the ramp, you can actually just pull, you can literally, because it's glued to the ceiling, you can just pull the black 550 cord out the back and it makes like a fast rope. So it looks like the Valkyrie's hovering and there's actually a fast rope, either for guys to, you know, fast rope down, or they can do like a spy or a fry and just kind of like grab on while it takes off, you know? Super easy, super affordable, super cheap, but a very clever way of showing that it's hovering, you know? Ooh, oh man, I'm so glad we were talking about that. Squid, I owe you, buddy. You just gave me a really cool idea. I think I know what I'm gonna do. Oh shit. Oh damn, what's it called? Try to think of the name of the system. Ah, man. Usually I'm pretty good about military history. What is that thing called? It's a retrieval system. The Skyhook is what I know it as, but there's an official name for it. But I think I'm actually going to build a skyhook onto the front of the plane. So my question is, how can I make this pusher aircraft operational, kind of cool? But I think what I'm going to do is, I think down here, I'm going to actually put a, I'm sorry, let me put it in the camera. So under the nose here, because this is all observation area. This was an old, so the history, this is a real plane. This was an interwar plane. It came out in the 30s, in between World War I and World War II. It was made for aerial photography. But by the time World War II kicked off, they'd rather just put the cameras and fighters that they already had built instead of having a purpose-built observation aircraft. But that's why it's got a pusher engine and a full like canopy front, because it's an observation aircraft for aerial photography. But anyways, I think I'm going to build this as a skyhook, like a skyhook retrieval aircraft. So what I mean by that is it's going to have a V underneath the cockpit right here. And so that way, you know, anyone who needs retrieval, like a Fulton, sometimes it's called the Fulton system. That's what it is, the Fulton system or the Skyhook. So you literally just put on like a full harness, you pull a thing, and it launches up like a very tall, strong balloon under a very strong cable, you know, and it goes up, and then this plane literally comes, you know, where the balloon is, and literally kind of grabs it with the hook, and it just flies off. So with it being a protected pusher aircraft, this would actually be a perfect aircraft for that. So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to design it as. It's going to be my, you know, retrieval aircraft using a Skyhook / Fulton system. Thank you, Squid Fist. Talking about the fast rope and fry and spry, you got me to thinking about the Fulton Skyhook system. And with that aircraft, with the front of it being open for observation and having a protected pusher engine inside the tail boom, I think, yeah, it's exactly what they used. Yeah, the same. Yeah, what he used to extract them out of Hong Kong. Yeah, that is the Fulton / Skyhook system. It was used for spies and special operations. So I think it's exactly what I'm going to use on that aircraft. Because the way it's set up, it has that open it has that all canopy in the front where you can really see that balloon. And it has a protected engine in the back, so you don't have to worry about it, you know, pulling somebody up into the engine. Well, I'm glad I gave you a good idea, Squid Fist, because you gave me a good one, buddy. So, a nice equal exchange. Alright, so as far as where am I getting the heads for these, I'm actually using my Warlord Games 28mm pike and shot samurai box. We are going to cut out some samurai helmets and give one guy a device since he is an officer. I'll say, if officers of the fleet are getting legend, that makes me really sad. That's probably one of my favorite models. NCO ahead. Kip Asher, really cool. I'm trying to think, what was the name of the assassin, the sniper assassin? I can't think of the name off the top of my head, but I built one of them. So I used Space Marine Scout legs. I used a Tempesta Scion head, and I want to say a Scout Marine sniper arms and cloak and everything. So when I built him, he kind of looked like a camouflage, like Boba Fett, but he had kind of like a spiked Tempesta Scion helmet. What's cool is I put him behind a barrel, and on that barrel I put like a little. It's supposed to look like a little, I guess, like a scroll, but it kind of looked like a wanted poster. You know, so he was like kind of tucked behind a barrel. He was all camouflaged, and he had like this little like poster right there, so you knew like who to shoot. I said I really like environmental storytelling on my models. Vindicare, yep, thank you, yep, that's exactly the one, yep. And same thing when I did my Ratlings, so for my army, I didn't like the Space Hobbit, so for my Ratlings, I just used Catachans, which made sense because they had the lower armor value, which is fine because they're just wearing t-shirts. And I literally just took Q-tips and I cut the middle part out of a Q-tip, you know, real small so it fit on top of a rifle, and I just painted it black and I painted each side blue for like a scope, and I just gave them scoped las guns. And a lot of the sprues came with like pistols anyway, so it kind of worked out, you know, because then Ratlings had pistols. So yeah, in 7th edition, you could take a team of 10 Ratlings for like 100 points. That thing was a trouble bubble back in 7th edition. 10 sniper rifles with shoot and scarper. They were an absolute pain in the ass. Drug-fueled melee blender bomb. I couldn't even say that without laughing. That is awesome. Well done, Mad Larkin. Well done. Alright, let me clean this guy up, and so I'm gonna go ahead and get the arms on them and the heads, and then we'll start putting their gear on them. For those of you who know, that's like my weird thing. Again, I don't care if models are painted that much, as long as they're not gray, you know? That's the only thing I ask. If I take the time to like put up terrain and stuff like that, you know, please don't show up with gray models, but I don't care that much. But especially, and that's why I like bolt action, WYSIWYG is very important. You need to have what you see is what you get. So, and the other thing is I'm very weird about the way that I like all my models to have the right gear. So like, I'm not going to send them into the jungle without a canteen. If they have a rifle, they're going to have ammo pouches. You know, I'm just really, really weird about that. It's one of my weird model things. Yeah, so my big thing about painted models, I'm not super picky. Like, to me, the bare minimum for a bolt action painted model, and let me know if this makes you sound bougie. Feel free to call me an a-hole in the chat. I will totally understand. Just build your models, if they're gray, spray primer them their primary army color. So like Americans are green, you know, spray paint the British tan, the Germans gray. I don't give a shit, right? Just spray paint whatever color you want. And then just, you know, paint the flesh with flesh tone. And then just paint the base a different color. So like give them like a brown base or a green. Like if they're Germans, give them a brown base with their spray painted gray. You just paint the skin and then just paint the base. That's 3 colors. I'm okay with that because I can look at that and be like, that's a German. You know, like I don't have to be super detailed. Like that's a German. It's super easy, right? You don't have to like fully base them. Just make sure your base is all one color and different from everything else. So like my Imperial Japanese, I want to be lazy, just spray paint them tan, paint their flesh, and paint their base green. Russians, spray paint them tan, paint their flesh, and paint their base white. You have Russians. You know, like it's not super crazy, and I think it's like the easiest way to do your army. That way you never just worry about showing up with a gray army. That's not a lot. I don't mean to sound bougie, but I don't think that's a lot of work or a lot of talent. You don't even have to have quality paint, really. So these German arms are a little big for these Imperial Japanese. Let me show you, it's actually kind of funny. So here's the Imperial Japanese torso. This is hilarious. So Imperial Japanese torso, are you ready to see this? It's like all arm day and they skip leg day. Look at this. Oh my god, it's like absolutely no leg day. Okay, let me take a look at the other assault rifle supply. Yeah, it exactly looks like Catachad's. Okay, so one arm doesn't look as bad. So I can definitely... It still looks like a... It still looks kind of bad. So I'm kind of blocking it. It still looks a little bit out of scale. But not like super insane. It's not bad. So one arm is okay, but the other ones were just insane. He just looks like he grew up in a truck stop just doing arm wrestling his whole life. So I don't think it's that noticeable. I think it'll be fine. Like one big arm, I think it'll be okay. Oh man, that is great. So I'm gonna do the one arm on the crouched. So the crouched guy is gonna be my NCO. So I'm gonna do the one arm, the one like Giga Chad style arm on the crouched guy. For the officer, I'm probably just gonna do the standard pulling his katana out of his scabbard arms. Then I'll just put a Stig 44 across his back, easy peasy. So that's one thing I do like about the Imperial Japanese sprue from Warlord Games. Is on it, it comes with everything you need. It has multiple katanas, both in hand and on scabbard. It has light machine guns. It has light mortars. You don't have to worry about like all your good special weapons being paid behind like an additional box. Now, things like flamethrowers and snipers and, you know, and when I say snipers, you can put a scope on anything really, but I'm talking like full ghillie suit snipers and like mortar, like medium mortars. Yeah, those you have to buy in a separate box. Oh yeah, okay. So on it's a false alarm. On the crouched guy, the the chat Catachad's the Catachad arm, sorry I can't say it without laughing. The Catachad arm doesn't look as bad on the crouched guy. So here's the crouched NCO. Plus an NCO might be a little bit more yoked than an officer. So on the crouched body, it doesn't look as apparent, especially when we're not using both of them. Crises averted there. Mag pouch. And mag pouch. Take a look at the chat, see how the chat's doing. Alright, man, more votes coming in. It's still Monsters and Mutants winning in the chat, or winning in the poll. Look at that. Alright, let me go back to my Imperial Japanese sprue. Cut out the new arms I need, since apparently the Catachad arms don't fit. Catachad, shit cracks me up, man. So, I'm not gonna lie, of all the model building, like I said, I like building Conflict 47 models, I really do. I definitely started the stream off well. One thing I really do enjoy doing is taking these, you know, standard issue sprues from different armies and stuff like that, and really kind of just getting my own original models. You know, like, I love being provided enough that I can kind of literally make my own guys. There's, you know, a couple, probably 100,000 maybe combinations of all these different bits out there. There's probably nothing that looks like this guy, you know, and I really just enjoy that on the tabletop. Because I build a lot of riflemen, and a lot of them kind of look the same, so to really kind of go crazy on these NCOs and officers and kind of make them a little unique, and be able to do that with the bits provided is really cool. Yeah, I think I don't think you were there last stream when we were talking about it, Catachad. But I found one of the best places for 28mm AKs if you need some is Wargame Atlantic's Lizardmen box. For whatever reason, they come with, you know, spears for fantasy, black powder rifles again for like fantasy, and then they also come with AK-47s, and you just chop the hand off at the arm. And the hand doesn't even look like that mutiny lizardy. You know, you can probably get away with using it for like a human hand. You know, as long as you don't look too closely at it. And they look like crude AKs, like what you'd probably find in like outside Khyber Pass. So probably like something you'd find in like Chad, Africa, or something like that. Like definitely like a hand-me-down, cobbled, repaired AK. Kind of like the thing where like you replace the stock with like a shovel handle kind of thing, you know. So these are definitely kind of crude-looking AKs, but there's a lot of them. It's pretty cool. I want to say, I think it's like, we did the math, I think it was like at least 16 of them, so. Yeah, feel free to check online and check the spruce and see if it's what you're looking for. It's a good place to pick up AK-47s or assault rifles if you need them, especially for bolt action. Because 28mm AK-47s, unless you're getting them from like Anvil or Mad Robot or something like that, or Victoria, they can be kind of hard to find. I just happen to have the lizard box because I was using to build my some free Seraphins for my old world army, so. Oh yeah, if you're putting them on catechins, and yeah, these crude looking ones will look phenomenal. AK-47s for everyone! I hear that stuff in my sleep. Yeah, every time I look at my AA trucks I built, all I hear are those quad guns. Quad cannon on the move. Or on the floor. Or pointed at the next thing that moves. Yeah, that's all I hear. If you guys don't know what I'm quoting probably one of my favorite video games, Command & Conquer Generals. You've probably heard of it. If you haven't, it is 100% a product of its times. You could not make that game these days without people losing their collective minds. Even then, they pulled a lot of punches making it. Speaking of Wargaming Atlantics, I'm actually I have to finish all my other armies first. So once I finish like 3 or 4 of my different bolt action and Combat 47 armies, when I'm ready to build my naval force, my SNILFs, I think I'm going to use a mixture of metal pulp minis and like sailor style minis, and also the World War I Russians from Wargaming Atlantic. The way that their uniform is set up with the tall boots, the uniform, and especially that like cloth they have across their forward chest and back. I'll be using Imperial Japanese heads and soft caps, but that bedroll kind of across them, I'm actually going to I'm planning on like kind of cutting into it and drawing on it to make it look more like a flotation device. So I think that's how I'm going to do that. And I'm going to paint them more Hollywood style, not Hollywood style, but more, they're going to be blue. I paint their uniform straight up blue, so I'm pretty excited about that. They're going to look really unique. It's like semi-historical, also just to kind of make them look cool. I said I'm reading out a book on them right now. All right, here's our officer arms. Gotta have that katana, that flashy katana, so they know who to follow. I also remember my first kit bash. So here's a that's still no iconic white glove officers. No, this is real war here. So someone asked me, like, how could you have Conflict 47 officers that don't have swords? You know, or what kind of, oh no, someone asked me what kind of self-respecting, I think it was Russell W. He's like, what kind of self-respecting Imperial Japanese officer would use an assault rifle instead of a sword? I was like, someone who's lived long enough till 1947. Because it's for Conflict 47. Oh, man. So, yeah, back to that story. My first kit bash, I was in a hotel room. I just finished my first models, a box of cultists. Those Dark Vision saw cultist. So then I picked up a command squad of Imperial Guard Cadians. And so I knew for my guy, per the rules for 7th edition, I think it was 6th edition or 7th edition, company commanders could carry a shotgun. But I'm like, how am I going to build a shotgun, you know, out of just the bits from the command squad? So I don't know if you guys have ever seen this conversion before. From what I hear, it used to be super common. But you take a flamer and you cut it in half, and you cut a las gun in half, and you turn the flamer upside down and around, and you glue it on the las gun. It actually looked sick. It looked almost like a kind of like a Spaz 12 style shotgun. It was really neat, and so that was my first ever kit bash. I took a flamer, cut it in half, turned it upside down, and glued it to a cut in half las gun, and that's how I gave my company commander a shotgun. It was my first ever kit bash. I was nervous. I mean, I was doing okay at the time, but I was still pretty low ranking. It was my first time ever getting into models. You know, I just bought this box of what I thought were super expensive models, and they kind of still are. So I'm like, oh shit, you know, I'm like, I could be ruining this. What am I doing? I'm like, ah, fuck it, we'll go. I was like, fuck it, we ball, you know. Yeah, I was nervous. I don't want to like waste money and ruin a model, but I'm like, oh no, what am I doing? And it turned out pretty good. Yeah, see, chain swords in a jungle unit, that makes sense. Like in my, I was telling you, my Imperial Navy, my Pioneers. So every unit there is veterans, because like I said, they're either made up of veteran naval armsmen or, you know, wounded soldiers who are left behind, you know, by their units when the unit had to move on to the next planet. You know, they're left behind in hospice care and stuff like that. So the Navy kind of press gang. When the Navy was doing press ganging, you know, this unit would literally go to the hospitals and press gang any Imperial Guard or PDF soldier they could find. So everyone was like a legit veteran from all different units, you know, so it's like a very mixed match style thing. So if you were a sergeant, you know, you sure as shit were not about to take a last pistol, you know, in a chainsword. So when I read that you could get sergeant's bolters, I was like, oh hell yeah. That's what a veteran sergeant would take. Like, yeah, give me a bolter. Because in the squad, it operated as like another type of weapon profile. So when you're fighting, because I always was fighting like either Orcs or Chaos Space Marines. So I was fighting like, you know, Chaos Space Marines. I had a grenade launcher, which I could launch a crack grenade with. I had an autocannon, and I also had a bolter in the squad. So I could actually put out some pretty good like MEQ style fire that could actually threaten them a little bit. I'm like, if you know, it wasn't a whole bunch, you know, but again, I had like 3 or 4 of those squads up against an ADL. And they had the for their rule for veterans, they had the camo cloak, so they got a little bit extra armor. I think like a cover save at the time or however it worked. So yeah, people would charge them with Marines. I'm like, all right, cool. You know, autocannon first, then bolter, then crack grenade, and you could actually knock down a Marine or two. Everyone's like, oh, holy shit. The ADLs were super cool, so I painted mine black, another really easy hobby thing to do. So if you paint something black and it has bullet holes, once you paint it black, take a pencil, like a number 2 pencil or a mechanical pencil, and just color in the bullet holes with that graphite. You know, then later, you know, let that sit, and then come back and you can definitely like spray it with a sealant if you want, you know, like a matte spray if that's what you're looking for. But that graphite, the way it like kind of sticks inside, it really makes it look like a bullet like kind of hit into that metal, and it kind of just looks like it gives it a really cool like texture look, and it's just using like a number 2 pencil or a mechanical pencil. So if you have bullet holes in your stuff, you know, color in your bullet holes with a graphite number 2 pencil or mechanical pencil. You might like the effect. Yeah, the ADLs were awesome because back in the day, you could take either the Icarus or you could take a quad barrel autocannon. And it was good against flyers, because again, Seventh had a lot of flyers, and it was good against those damn Eldar, you know, in their stupid hover bikes, and also in this Dark Eldar and all their weird, like, Jabba the Hutt slave palace shit. But what I found out, one of the things, I used to take a Lord Commissar, and the reason why I took him is I'd keep him on the quad barrel autocannon for the ADL. He wouldn't do any of his weird leadership or any of his stupid Commissar stuff. I only picked him because he had a high ballistic score, or ballistic skill, a high BS. So I would keep him on that quad barrel autocannon to shoot down any planes, or even to kind of like, you know, take those hitting on 6s, those shots at troops on the ground. And it was super effective. And same thing, I just gave him a bolter. No weird swords or pistols. This is the military. Everybody got a rifle. Everybody gets a rifle. Nice. Yeah. So okay, I'm not crazy. The pencil effect is the thing. So there's our officer with his samurai head on. Now we're gonna put his device on. I don't know. Like I said, I left Warhammer 40k somewhere between 7th and 8th. I tried to come back in 9th with Gene Cole for a Crusade narrative campaign, but no one played it, so I gave up on it. I don't understand 10th. I don't want to talk ill of it. People enjoy it, and I think that's all that matters. If people are having fun, then I think it's a good addition. But I don't play it, so my opinion does not matter. Alright, there's our officers. You can tell. So officers and NCOs have the samurai helmets, but then officers have the device on. Guess the Red Queen got to him. Yeah, Old World. I'm still working on my army. Got a lot of Old World fans in here. I know Mad Larkin might still be lurking about. He's definitely all about the lady with his Bretonians. I'm still working on my Empire privateers. They're just Empire troops, but they're just themed like sailors and privateers. But I've been building, as you guys can see on the stream, I'm building a lot of bolt action, a lot of Conflict 47 models. I just don't understand the 40k model kits anymore. Here's what I mean by that. And if I'm wrong, because I don't play and I don't collect them, so please feel free to correct me. I feel like they don't really lean into creativity anymore. What I mean by that is it seems almost more like a gachapon. You know, like the gachapon little arcade thing. Not arcade, but little machines in Japan where you like put your money in, you get return. Or almost like a hero shooter, like a Dota 2 style game. Where you get a hero, and then there's different types of that hero, like different costumes and stuff like that. But it's basically like all about the heroes, and they look a certain way. And you have some support troops, and you kind of go forward. Like a lot of the models look the same. Like, hey, here is your lieutenant, or hey, here's your captain, here's your leader unit, and they're posed that way. but they don't really sell kits where you can kind of build them your own. You know, the exception are probably the orcs. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of like room for creativity and kind of building your own stuff. I'm going just off the Warlord 2 models. And this even applies to Age of Sigmar. Like, the old Warhammer Fantasy boxes used to have a lot of room for creativity. Like, I remember the Chaos Marauders, the zombies, Vampire Count zombies. Like, these boxes had so many bits. You could build them in so many different ways, and they all looked different. It was cool. Nowadays, it seems like a little bit better, quote-unquote, high quality, I guess. A lot more detail. But they're on, like, a certain pose, and that's the pose you get. And, I don't know, it just seems kind of weird. Yeah, you're exactly right. It's monopose, but like in 50 different parts. Like, I don't mind monopose. I love my old push fit models because I could buy cheap equipment, you know, like ammo pouches and backpacks and stuff like that, and I could kit out my monopose guys differently to make them look different, you know, or put them on different bases and stuff like that. Like, I could do that. That was fine, and they were priced well for monofit. But nowadays, it's just like, I don't know. With the exception of like paint schemes, a lot of people's armies just kind of look the same. But I think it's more because the terrain looks the same. I know, I said I didn't want to speak ill of 10th edition. It sounds like I am. That's not my tin at all. I'm sorry if that's the way it's coming off. There's just some things I just don't understand about 10th edition. Alright, I think I got all the gear cut off of these guys. So now we got their heads and their weapons on. I'm probably going to put them on their bases. I don't know, I'll probably put their gear on them, then put them on their bases. So the officer is going to get belt gear, a holster, and his assault rifle ammo. Mag pouch. The NCO is getting a bag with a canteen, his Shingunto katana, and his ammo pouches. Alright, so let's do the officer first. Alright, I always have to look really hard at these World War II mag pouches to make sure I don't put them on upside down. Lord knows I've done that a couple times. Oh no, did I cut out the 344? I thought I did. Oh, poof. I thought I cut out the assault rifle and lost it. I was about to be sad because I don't have a lot of these pieces. Ah! I was sweating intermediate rifle cartridge bullets there for a minute. A firearm joke. Oof. Alright, trying to fit all the gear on the officer's belt with the way his legs are is a little bit of a pain. Alright, let's go for round 2. Oh man, hold on, I just dropped the piece. Alright, we are back and we found the piece. Super excited about that. Alright, got lucky there. Alright, I know I'm doing a little bit of the work off camera. Sorry, it's just real detailed work. Just gluing this little mag pouch on this officer, kind of drop leg style. Is that how they had it in the Field Japanese Army? Probably not. Is that how they'll have it in the exciting year of 1947? Yes, it is. So says I. Alright, here we go. Conflict 47 Imperial Japanese officer. There's his katana. There's his helmet. Going around the side, there's his canteen. Ammo pouch in the back. There's his holster, and there's his drop leg style. And I'll put his assault rifle on him, and he will be done. And there's the assault rifle on his back. So I'm big on WYSIWYG, so he has his assault rifle on his back, his pistol on his hip, and a katana, so I can run him as either katana, pistol, or, you know, assault rifle as need be. Now let me finish my sergeant. So for Conflict 47, there's still the benefit for small teams. So that's why I'm running my leadership teams as 2-man veteran teams with assault rifles. They mostly ride in the truck, but if the truck gets blown up, they can get out and do some business with their assault rifles. Okay, so far he's got his katana on his left side, so he can do a right-hand draw. There's his ammo pouch in the back and his bread bag with canteen. Now to give him his ammo pouches. Now, why is his ammo pouches on the same dominant hand of which he fires with? Bad tactics. Real answer, I ran out of real estate. Alright. These guys dry a little bit and I'll put them on their bases and boom, that'll be two, that'll be my new my new Conflict 47 leadership team. So now instead of 2 guys with SMGs, I can have 2 guys with assault rifles. And yes, it is a world of difference. It is, you know, 2 shots at 24 inches and they can still assault. It's pretty nice. It's not going to win any games, that makes them a little bit more prickly. You're already paying the price of officers, and their equipment is as modeled, and assault rifle was listed on there, so you might as well take it, you know? Old world event. Ooh, man, I don't know. I don't even have an old world army. I have like a small force, but not even an old world army. I wouldn't know the next thing about running an old world event. I'd attend one. I have no idea how to run one. I can run a bolt action event. I feel comfortable enough running a bolt action or definitely a Comet 47 event, but I don't know about old world. I'd love to attend one though. I will say this, and it's not a slight towards Old World. It sounds like it, but it's not. Old World really doesn't have a lot of terrain, and I understand why. You want big armies meeting in an open field. I get that. That makes sense. That makes sense in the world of Old World. But yeah, Old World doesn't have a lot of terrain, so yeah, I figure putting up tables really isn't that bad. That's the thing that's fun about bolt action. It is terrain heavy. I love it. Alright guys, there is our Conflict 47 Imperial Japanese officer. He's got a samurai helmet with his device, he's got his katana, he's got an assault rifle on his back. He is ready to go. Yes, the big beefy Catachat arm really doesn't look that bad on a beefier sergeant and kind of like crouched down. So actually kind of turned out pretty well. Let me let the glue set on those guys, and I'll probably think about what other model I want to start working on. Alright, I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Let me get some more water and figure out the next model for building. I said we went through the Scorpions a little bit faster than I thought we would, which is a good problem. It's a good thing. And we built these two officers, so I think I may actually start building my bolt action grenadier squads. So 7-man teams, 1 sergeant with a rifle in each one, and then 3 light mortar teams in each one. So that I probably will start working on when I come back. Let me just grab a drink real quick. Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. I had to get some drink. Talking is thirsty work. Alright. Speaking of being thirsty, look at that big old cat of chat arm. Look at that. Boom. He's been doing curls for the girls with his right arm his whole life. Conflict 47 Senior NCO, Conflict 47 Officer. Easy peasy. Alright, now we're going to start to work on our Imperial Japanese Army for bolt action, our Grenadier squads. So, this is part of my Tiki's My Type motor rifle list. So what it is you have, for those of you who play bolt action 3rd edition, you have a rifle platoon, a armored platoon, and a heavy, is it heavy weapons? Yeah, heavy weapon? Yeah, I think so. Heavy weapon platoon. So, the rifle platoon, it's my stock 2 15-man vet rifle squads, led by a veteran leadership team, 3 people with an SMG, 3 veteran lunge mines, and a light truck with a medium machine gun. So, next with the armored platoon, you have a Type 92 tankette and the 2 Type 98A trucks that I just built. So then for the 3rd one, I think it's actually, I think it is a rifle platoon. Yeah, I'm sorry, the 3rd one's just a rifle platoon. It is another leadership team, so 3 veterans with the SMGs. And there's 2 7-man veteran grenadier squads into with a rifle, followed by 3 light mortar and loaders. And then it has 3 veteran lunge mines and a light truck with a medium machine gun. So, I have all that built except for now the Grenadier squad, so that's what we're going to work on. So we're going to build the 2 rifle NCOs first, then I'll build the 6 loaders, and then the 6 mortarmen. I've never finished an army. What used to be captain, now commander. Welcome to the Penal Legion hangout in our painting hour. No need to riot. Keep your toilet paper from blazing a light. But I haven't finished army either. I just keep adding on to it, and adding on to it, adding on to it. Let's check the poll. Let's see how the poll's doing. Oh man, more votes coming in. Monsters and mutants are still winning. Apparently that's some of the things. Oh, it's rioting time. Alright, take it easy, Squidfish. Hey, man, thanks for joining. I appreciate it, brother. I will see you next time. I stream Saturdays and Sundays, man. So I will see you Saturday. Take it easy, brother. I just cutting out the gear needed for this guy. Alright, he's an NCO, so let me give him a samurai helmet. Yes, I foresee many more riots in our future. I'm about to... So I finished building all my vehicles. So I will get them primed and valved for the Penal Legion. It is 7 medium tanks, 1 medium walker, 2 light walkers, 1 half-track. What else am I forgetting? Oh, 2 anti-air trucks. Oh, a light tank and a swim tank. Insane. And that's just my first valve. That's the vehicles. My second valve will be on the infantry. I wouldn't call Wizmo as much an obsession. No, Conflict 47 is pretty cool. It plays now with version 3. It plays a lot different than bolt action. There's no templates, so you know HE weapons a little bit more dangerous. Close combat is a little bit more detailed and more dangerous because you have monstrosities and things like that. If you play bolt action, Conflict 47 is really nice to pick up, or vice versa because the models work in both. I think now is a good time if you have the money, more importantly the time to get involved. I think now's the time to jump into Conflict 47 because you can get a starter box for a good value. Like I said, if you don't know what army you want, if you're okay with any kind of army, I would go with the Soviet Star Collecting box because you get a shit ton of models for the money you're spending. And a lot of them can be used in bolt action. And like I said, that gives you almost a full 1,000-point army. You can really have a lot of fun with a 500-point army. Like 500-point games are a lot of fun in Conflict 47 because there's so many specialty units for each nation. You really never really, I mean, you kind of know what you're going to run into, but there's always some goofy shenanigans going on. I do recommend it if you're looking for a palette cleanse. I would stick to about 500 points. And you can use Easy Army. You can Google easyarmy.com. It's free, and you can make a conflict, and that's what you can use for your Conflict 47 list builder. And you can start building out kind of what you want for a 500-point army before you buy any models. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like, you can tell me I'm building a lot of like riflemen right now. That's why I'm not bothering to model them separately. You know, I have like samurai helmets and stuff like that. If anyone that played bolt action complains about that, I'm like, look, this is my Conflict 47 army. I'm just using it for bolt action. Yeah, you still need guys with rifles, no matter what kind of badass high tech you have. You still need riflemen. That's not gonna change. So some of the, I'm not gonna lie, I think, yes, you will. So that being said, I like being full disclosure. They're the old Soviet models, so from what I hear, they're a bit of a pain in the ass to build a little bit. So take that for what it's worth. So there is that, but yeah. So for the Soviet Star Collecting Box, you get 40 Soviet infantry. That's enough to build infantry squads, anti-tank rifle teams, and I'm telling you this right now. So anti-tank rifle teams are they're okay in bolt action, but you know, anti-tank rifle, whatever. In Conflict 47, anti-tank rifle teams are very important because they shoot at +2 pin, and most monster or horror units or heavy infantry, they have the tough special, which means when you hit them and they go down on a 5 or 6, they get back up because they're hard to kill unless you hit them with a +2 pin weapon. So those anti-tank rifles, which were like okay at killing armored cars, but you know, they're not going to stop a Tiger tank. In Conflict 47, they got a whole new life, because when someone comes at you with a werewolf, or some dude wearing like Mark 1 Iron Man armor, and you hit him right in the chest cavity with an anti-tank rifle, he's going down. He's not getting up. So, your Soviet Star Collecting Box, it'll come with about 40 infantry, enough to build any kind of teams that you need. It comes with, I want to say, 5 Soviet heavy infantry. I just did a short video on them. So they're cool in the fact that they have a dual weapon. So they can choose to use either profile. It can either shoot like an SMG, so like 2 shots, assault, short range, or it can fire 1 anti-tank rifle shot. That's kind of cool. They also come with a Cossack Light Walker. There's actually a short video out on him as well. They're fast, they're agile, and they have like a light autocannon or a light AT gun. They can be pretty dangerous, and they also get a T-34, a regular T-34, or you also get the components to make it a Sonic T-34, the big old Sonic cannon. I haven't done a video on that yet. So that's the other cool thing about Conflict 47. When you get a Conflict 47 tank, you get the stock kit to build the regular bolt-action tank, plus the additional bits to make it a Weird War tank. So you actually kind of, not really get 2 tanks for once, but you get like a regular tank plus the Conflict 47 upgrade. So you can run it in bolt action or Conflict 47. So yeah, even, so for what you're paying for bolt action wise, you get a T-34 tank and 40 infantry, plus a bunch of order dice, pen markers, a Conflict 47 rulebook. All that for the price of the Star Collecting Box. That's about what you pay for 40 infantry and a tank and order dice. That alone will set you about $100 US. And I want to say the Star Collecting Box for the Soviets is like 108. Oh yeah, no, he's exactly right. Yeah, you can run a straight bolt action list in a Conflict 47 game and you might still win. He is exactly right. Yeah, you do not have to have any Conflict 47 models whatsoever. That is also very true. So that being said, the 500-point demo game I ran, the only Rift Tech weapon I had for the Japanese was the Light Walker. That was it. Everything else was just bolt action rifles and SMGs. Like nothing crazy. The other side had all sorts of like weird shit. So they had like zombies and gravity guns. And I still won. I won not through some high-tech shenanigans, but through literally cold steel bayonets stabbed into warm flesh. That's what won the day. I hope you. I say if you get involved in it, man, I hope you like it. So that's the other thing too. I like telling you everything up front, that way you're not surprised. It is a small community, not a lot of Conflict 47 games out there, not just to play in person, but also even just online. You know, so that's the only downside is before you get into it, I'd find some people who might also be into it, or at least into bolt action, you know, and try and do that. That way you don't get the model, unless you just like building models, because that way you're not just like stuck by yourself. Like I said, I'm literally doing demo games on my days off, trying to drum up interest. So I get it. I like it. I like the lore. I think everything's super interesting. I like the units. And I really like that I can go in and out of. So I'm not gonna lie, it's very easy with the Imperial Japanese because a lot of their equipment is early war, middle war, late war. You know, so they're very easy to use in bolt action and Conflict 47. What's funny is like even their high-tech exosuits, you know, when they take light machine guns, they take Type 11 LMGs from like the 1930s. So the Imperial Japanese are very, very interesting faction when it comes to the gear and units. You don't have to worry about, oh, that early war is that mid-war, late war. Everything's early war and is used elsewhere. Yeah, so HS is right. I try and stick to the rules only so it's easy to teach, so that when I teach someone, they go back. So I try and get as much as my like Tiki-isms and my own house rules away from teaching someone how to play, because I don't want them to go home, get a rule they can read to, and be like, that bastard lied to me. You know, so I try and stick to the rules. I have my own homebrew rules. I keep my homebrew rules simple. So my first one is Piats are the only shoulder-fired anti-tank weapons that can be used inside of a building. It may sound stupid, but it's accurate weapon system-wise, and it gives the Piats. It gives you a reason to take Piats over bazookas or super bazookas. It gives Piats a niche. You know, if that makes sense. One of my other house rules I'm kind of working on right now. It has to do with empty vehicles. You can take empty vehicles on the board. Well, Commander, super shameless plug. I have 3 lore videos out. I have, I think like 1944 to 1945 for Western Europe. Oh no, I have 4, yeah. 1944 to 1945 for Western Europe, Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and the Far East in Asia. I'm finishing up my northern flank in Finland. 1944 all the way to 1947. Then I'll do Norway 1944 all the way to 1947. Then I'll go back and hit Western Europe all the way to 1947. Eastern Europe 1947. The Middle East all the way to 1947. Then Asia all the way to 1947. So I have 4 lore videos out. If you watch them, they take me a while to do. I try to make them like old documentaries. They're fun. They just take a long time to make. But if you want to know about the units, I do have a bunch of shorts out, and I'm trying to cover all the Conflict 47 Rift Tech units that are in the Start Collecting box. Because you already know what a rifleman does, and you already know what like an anti-tank rifle does. So I try and explain what is Soviet heavy infantry, what is a Cossack Light Walker. So I have a whole bunch of shorts out as well. Yeah, so that's actually what I do, and that's why I build Conflict 47 models of different armies. Like I have my werebears, I have the Soviet terrors, I have my Panther X and zombies. The reason why I do that is when I convince bolt action players to play, I'm like, hey, you have a 1,000-point bolt action army? Yeah. He's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, cool. Let's play a 1250-point Conflict 47 game. Here, just take this walker, or hey, just take this, heavy infantry, or take this zombies. That'll bump you up to 1250. We can play a Conflict 47 game, and you can literally kind of pick what weird war stuff you want to add to your already bolt action army. Yeah, so there's a guy called Turnkey. He put out all the lore videos like a year ago. He did it very fast. His channels are his lore videos they're not bad. They're just very summarized. He summarizes the information a lot. I'm actually reading directly from the book for the lore. So not that he didn't do a good job. I think he did a good job because he has all the information out. I'm still going through mine. It takes me a while to make it. But I am working on trying to get the lore out. Hopefully, I want to get everything finished by February. That's my goal. I want to get all lore done by February. All right, there's one of our riflemen NCOs. Yeah, so it's I put like abandoned cars out on the map. So what it is when you take a car, when you take a vehicle, you don't get a dice for it. It doesn't become a whole nother unit. Just the unit that takes it can use it. And then when you disembark from the vehicle, you just leave it where it is. So even if someone were to shoot that truck or that car, the same rules for damage applies. They just don't get a dice from it. So it prevents people from like farming dice. It just allows you to kind of learn. I call it like the paratrooper rule. Like it teaches you to steal in the field. Like you do like improvise, adapt, and overcome. Take stuff in the field. That's a cool rule, Grim. That's yeah, it definitely was. That's a good rule. So yeah, Grim, my rule is I let Piats, or because it's a cold launch system, it's basically like a shoulder launch catapult anti-tank weapon. So it's the only one you can fire. I let you fire it from inside of a building, and with no issue. So I don't let people shoot bazookas or Panzerschrecks or Panzerfaust or super bazookas from inside of a building. Only military requisition for the duration of a strategic situation. I only let Piats be launched from inside the building because they're cold launch. Nice. That sounds cool, HS. But yeah, man, the lore is really, really, really cool. So you do have to have a little bit of a suspension of disbelief. I've talked to a couple of people in the Bolt Action channel on Morning Glory. Some people have a heart. Nothing against them. I get it. Some people are very die-hard World War II historians and fans of World War II history, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's great. So when I try to explain to them how it works in Conflict 47, there's a lot of pushback, like, oh, that wouldn't have happened. Oh, that's unrealistic. So the biggest thing with Conflict 47, you have to realize, everyone thinks it's just the war kept going all the way to 1947, and now we have weird war tech. So the big thing about Conflict 47 is the divergence between our history and the world of Conflict 47. It started in like 1942. It goes all the way back to the very first testing with the Manhattan Project. So once they split that first atom, that opened up the rift, and that changed everything. So, well, a lot of people are like, oh, there's no way that would... So, that's what you have to understand. Like, as far as militarily, it changes, like, right after D-Day. A great example is the Germans actually win the Battle of the Bulge, and they generally push the Allies almost all the way back to the Atlantic, definitely past Brussels, and they do a big battle for Brussels. And then the Germans do an undercut, and they retake Italy, and they push them all the way back down, and they take northern Italy again. So it's a very protracted, because you also have to remember, USSR is no longer part of the Allies. They break off. So that slowed down a lot. So now you literally have the Allies versus the Axis versus USSR. It's a three-way fight. So that changes everything. It's super interesting. Hey, what's going on, Francois? I saw Nick's video streaming. How was his stream? We built 2 Scorpion Light Walkers. We built 2 Conflict 47 officer and his adjutant with assault rifles. Now we're kind of building 2 Grenadier squads. I copy Francois, no worries. Well, I'm glad you made it here, buddy. Good to chat with you. We are just working, grinding away on our models, getting a bunch of armies ready for both 3rd edition bolt action and some Conflict 47. So what we're working on right now is 2 Grenadier squads. So what's unique about the Imperial Japanese Army and their Grenadier squads, and the Imperial Japanese Navy, they both had them, is they can incorporate light mortars into their actual infantry squads. So this is going to be a 7-man infantry squad, 2 of them, but 3 of them are light mortars, which means the other 3 are loaders. So it's basically a sergeant with a rifle and 3 light mortar teams, 2-man teams running in a squad together. So very interesting. They're all veterans, so they can take hits, they can give out hits, and they can drop either HE or smoke all over the map. So, like I said, I also like War II history, and I think that's why I like Conflict 47. It's not just a suspension of disbelief, it's kind of like, it's fun to think about the what ifs, like, oh shit, what if this had happened? You know, like, oh, okay, that kind of changes things, like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool, oh, I get that, that's kind of fun. So, it's a lot of, like, what if scenarios, and he's gonna kind of, like, roll with it. Alright, this is, we're working on the 2nd NCO for the other Grenadier squad, so because he's an NCO, he needs his, factory-made, Shingonto katana, and then he's also going to need a samurai helmet. Like, a good example, instead of the British 8th Army fighting the Germans in Africa, it's actually it's becoming an all-out brawl between the British and Americans and the Russians in the Middle East, because the Russians need the oil and they're trying to secure access from the Middle East all the way up into Russia. That's why they're kind of pressuring Turkey to side with the USSR so they can keep access to the Black Sea open. But Germany has actually just swayed Turkey to join the Axis, which is pretty interesting. Meanwhile, the desert war going on in Conflict 47 is interesting because it's a third theater. So there's the Pacific theater, the European theater, and the African theater. So the Russians are fighting against the British, but what's funny is neither side really want to commit to it. So they're like half-hearted fighting because they know if they lose units and they ask for reinforcements, they're not going to get them. And they're definitely not going to get any of the fancy Riftech stuff. That's all going to Europe. So it was pretty interesting. They were kind of like pussyfooting around, and then finally the Soviets charged across and hit the British real hard. And the British needed reinforcements. So like a whole bunch of stuff getting sent to the Asian theater, Pacific theater, actually got rerouted to the Middle East to help out. So the British and the Allies just got some Tesla tanks, some Tesla Stuarts and Shermans, and some heavy infantry. So they're about to try and turn the tide in the desert. But yeah, it's between the Allied and the USSR. It's super cool. Yeah, just think of Conflict 47 as pulp. You know, so like, if you want to get in the mood for it, you can watch The Rocketeer, Captain America the First Avenger, Sky Captain World Tomorrow, Overlord. You watch some of those movies, like some of those like diesel punk style movies, that'll definitely get you in the mood for some Conflict 47. Some Indiana Jones, you know? So I'm not gonna lie, what really sold me on Conflict 47, and again, I'm sounding like a salesman, you know, like, oh, listen to my next pitch, man. But no, seriously, what got me is, I like bolt action, I do, but I've never viewed, yeah, Iron Skies, oh yeah, it's another good one. I never viewed bolt action as historically accurate, right? I always thought it was more like Hollywood style World War II movies, like the old, like black and white ones, you know, like really, really good ones, but you know what I mean? Like more Dirty Dozens, Dad's Army, Kelly's Heroes versus like, you know, Band of Brothers style, right? Like more Hollywood than historical. And I love that. I truly do. I think a lot of people take bolt action as very historical, and that's okay too. I know people talk about this in 40K where people confuse the lore with the rules. It's like, well, I can't lose my Custodians army because they're the best ever in the universe, so you know, lore-wise, I should have won this battle. Yeah, some people have different separating between lore and the rules. Same thing with bolt action. Some people are like, oh, well, you know, this army only had those in this theater. I'm like, yeah, well, you know, there's not a lot of units I could take, so, you know, there's already a point cost, already a dice restriction, you get what you get. So, with Conflict 40, and same thing with models, people are like, yeah, I've never had anyone complain about my painted models, but I've seen some people kind of like mutter about other people's models, like, oh, that's not the uniform they wore. You don't have that in Conflict 47. Nobody gives a shit. We're all just happy to play another person who plays Conflict 47. So I say, if you want to show up with, like, I make this reference, you want to show up with a tropical themed Fallschirmjäger squad that was, like, active in China, that sounds awesome. That sounds super cool. Like, do it. You know? Like, if you want, what's another one? If you want, Russian or USSR sympathizing South American, you know, militia people, like, go ahead and do it. You could have like a whole Brazilian, you know, a communism uprising in Brazil and have a whole like Brazilian unit. You could do that. That's perfectly allowed. That's super awesome and cool. You know, no one's gonna give a shit. You can literally make your own unit. You know, like one guy, I was talking to one guy, and he's making the, we're both building it together. He's building the Caribbean Regiment, which was a real thing in World War II. It just wasn't very big. But in Conflict 47, he's making it a lot bigger. So he's building the British Caribbean Regiment for the Bahamas and some of the other islands down there, which is really neat. You can literally make your own units, and it's within the lore, because it's all made up lore anyways, and no one cares. So that's what I like. You can paint, like I said, my guys have samurai helmets, you know? Conflict 47, no one's gonna care. People are like, oh, that's really cool, I get it. You know, that's how you mark your NCOs, cool. So that's why I like Conflict 47. It is naturally more laid back than Bolt Action. Not in a bad way, not saying Bolt Action isn't laid back. I've had great experiences playing Bolt Action. It's just Conflict 47 just erases the rivet counter thing. You cannot be a rivet counter and play Conflict 47. It doesn't exist. And so a lot of people, that's a huge weight off their shoulders. And Conflict 47 models are expensive, and they're out. A lot of them are out of print and hard to find. So if you come up with a 3D printed walker, you're like, hey, this is a count as, you know, Locust. As long as it's roughly the same size and it's WYSIWYG, that sounds great. Yeah, it makes it easier for putting together a Bolt Action or a Conflict 47 event, because any unit can be anywhere. Like I said, I was joking around with a fight for South America, you know, like a fight for the Panama Canal and the oil in Venezuela. You know, all factions would be there. The Imperial Japanese and the Germans would get there via submarine. The Americans came down and like airdropped in, and then I joked around that the USSR snuck in as like a traveling circus, you know, with like ships and trains and stuff like that, and they're starting like a communist revolution in South America. So you literally have like all three factions in South America. You could literally open up any theater you want. You could do a battle in the North Pole if you wanted, you know. Yeah. Good luck painting Hawaiian shirts, man. That sounds difficult. So I've actually planned out to build an American Bolt Action army. I need an Op4, like a small little 500 point Op4 for demo games, and I'm actually going to do mine themed off like Indiana Jones, you know, Rick O'Connell, the Strange Brigade, Crimson Skies, like all that kind of pulp stuff. So I'm really excited to build that unit. I'll also be using it for Conflict 47 as well, but I'm excited to build it. So for Bolt Action, it's just got a lot of air power, calling in a lot of airstrikes. God, so Tiger camos. Commander, I don't know if have you ever seen my my paint scheme? Here, I got a few minutes. Let me show you what my paint scheme looks like. It's not really Tiger Stream. I call it I don't know if there's a name for it. There's a picture of a A6M0 that had roughly this paint scheme, and so I use it now. All right, so I call it my my vineyard camo. It's not really tiger stripe. Again, I saw a picture of a zero with this kind of paint scheme, so I liked it. It looked like it could be used, you know, beach landing into the jungle. Could be used kind of in the jungle. Could be used, especially in the Mediterranean. It'd be really good there. It could be used most places. I think this paint scheme would work, and it's super easy to do. I'll show you guys how to do it when I'm building like these, when I'm painting these like upteeth tanks that I'm about to vow. I'll teach you guys how to do this painting style. It's super easy, very low effort, and it ends up looking pretty decent, I think anyways. You can definitely tell it is painted. It's not a monocolored tank by any stretch of the imagination. And it blends in with your troops pretty well, like especially the colors you have for the Imperial Japanese. And yes, this is a Type 92 tankette 2 scale. That's how small the tankettes are. It has a heavy machine gun in the hull and a medium machine gun up top. Alright, let me finish this last NCO and I think we'll be good. Yeah, I don't think it's a... I appreciate the compliment. I don't think it's like crazy good. It's just distinct, it's unique, and it's, I think, a somewhat historical camo that seems effective. I absolutely will, Commander. Like I said, I do it during my streams, but yeah, I'll definitely do a short on how I do it. Literally all you need is blue painter's tape. That's it. Pick the two colors you want, pick your main color, and pick your secondary color, and just blue painter's tape and a paintbrush. I've been building some jungle terrain that I'm pretty excited about, so yeah, I'll definitely kick that video out. So let me finish up this officer, or this NCO for my Grenadier squad. I need to cut his head off and replace it with a samurai helmet. Yep. Thanks for noticing. Yeah, that's how you know it's a command tank. So his head's going to get replaced with a samurai helmet with the actual officer little device in the front, notifying him as a command tank. But yeah, for my multiple tank, that's how you know he's a command tank, because he has the radio antenna. Thank you for noticing that. That's a very small detail. I appreciate that. Makes me really happy. Alright, we're working on finishing this last NCO. All I gotta do is just do his canteen and then we'll be good. That'll probably take us to the end of the stream, actually. Not a bad stream. We got 2 Scorpions knocked out, an officer and an NCO, and then 2 more NCOs knocked out. Not bad. It was a great stream. Looks like a lot of people watching, which I appreciate. Those of you brave enough to chat, I super appreciate it. I love seeing some of the same names. Great group of people. We always have good chats. Always have a lot of fun. I stream Saturdays and Sundays, 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Eastern. There is a merch shop if you're feeling froggy. All the stuff's in there. It's pretty funny. None of it's for profit. It all goes to funding tournaments for bolt action and like prizes and things like that. But yeah, other than that, I'll be back on Saturday. There's a painting competition going on, so I will be busy painting up a whole bunch of tanks and vehicles that we've built on the stream. Now it's finally time to start painting them. And they will be painted in that scheme you're seeing right there on the Chiha and the Type 92 tankette. Alright, there we go. There are 2 NCOs. Hey, thanks, man, Larkin. I appreciate it. Yeah, I have a lot of vehicles to prime and to vow. It's going to be a lot, so I hope the Penal Legion's ready for it. Before I go, let's do one more thing. Yes. So he had a cool little, tanker helmet, leather and stuff like that. Kind of cool, but... Alright, so he chopped his head off, and let's give him his officer helmet before I leave. And yes, officers in the infantry and the armor have different, they'll have different insignias in the front of their helmets. Alright, let's get this glued on there. And that'll be the last thing we do today. Glad I brought that tank out. I've been meaning to cut his head off and replace it. Different colored tabs? No, I'm not that detailed. I'm not that crazy. Just stuff you can notice from a distance, you know? There you go. Oops, sorry. Something was in the way. There you go. Now you can tell he's got a samurai helmet and he's got his device on the front. You can tell this guy is a armor officer. So I did the samurai helmet to really make my NCOs pop out. Besides just the Shigunto sword on their side, the soft cap wasn't enough. So now the samurai helmets definitely make them pop. And then the officers are going to have devices on the front of their samurai helmets. So that makes them definitely stand out. And their katanas are different. Nice. Hey, what's going on, Deathcore? Hey, buddy. Sorry, I was working on a tank. I didn't see you popping in the chat, Deathcore. What's going on, buddy? All right, we're getting to the end. So let me go ahead and close the poll. If anyone makes any last-minute vote, I'll give you guys another few minutes. Topless hula girls. I do have some zombies, which you could say are definitely zombie hula ghouls if you want to. But I do have my nun spies. If you guys have seen the nuns I've worked on, those are pretty cool. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get to look good from like 3 or 4 feet away and be able to easily distinguish what's an officer. So I make my officers look different than my NCOs, and they look different regular troops. And my special weapons, if they're mortars, you know, anti-tank rifle or something like that, if they're using anything special like a machine gun, what I do is those are the ones I put a grass tuff on their actual heads. That way you can look at it and be like, okay, I know that's a loader and that's an LMG guy. You know, you can easily spot which are which because they'll have like little green tufts on their heads. All right, let me go ahead and end the poll. Oh, damn. Damn, Death, I hate to end the stream on that, brother. But, you know, hit me offline, man. When I log off here, I'll still be awake. Dude, hit me on the Discord. We'll chat, brother, if you want. Oh man. Sorry to hear that, but I'm glad things are going well for you, brother. All right, so let me go ahead and end this poll. Let's see what we're looking at. So poll is ending. Poll is ending. All right. It looks like a lot of people are more interested in the monsters and mutants of Conflict 47. You know, so that's your Totenkor, your Shrek Wolfen, your Nachtjägers, your Ursus Infantry, also your Paragon, your super soldiers like Captain America, your Daughters of the Revolution, which are like kind of half super soldiers, and your Siberian Terrors. I'm not surprised that Sci-Fi Weapons and Gear took second place. Those are your jet, you know, instead of airborne troops, you have like troops with jetpacks, you know, heavy Tesla cannon or Tesla rifles for soldiers, compression guns, you know, the Ghost Attack Squad's molecular suits where they can blend in and out of camo or in and out of terrain, so I'm not surprised. I thought walkers would score higher. I thought there was more of a mech assault craze, you know, but I'm often wrong. So there's that. So that was a fun poll. It was a great stream. Let me show you guys what we did. For you guys kind of joining at the end of stream. So these Type 92 tankettes are going to be replaced with these. These are our Scorpion Light Walkers. These Scorpion Light Attack Walkers are absolutely gnarly. So now we got 2 more for the Tiki Terrors, which I'm pretty happy about. So we built 2 of those. We built a couple bolt action. We built a couple Conflict 47 officers with assault rifles, and then we started building our Grenadier squads. We got 2 NCOs knocked out. So 4 troops and 2 walkers. Not bad for a stream. I had fun. I hope you guys had fun. The poll was actually surprising. I like the poll because it gives me like pretty good information on the kind of like what's going on, you know, if that makes sense. But now I know you guys like the monsters, so now I know what to kind of focus on in some of my videos. But with that being said, I know there's a lot of people watching. It's super exciting for me. And, you know, I hate to end it when there's so many people watching, but it is that time. I do stream from Saturday. I stream Saturdays and Sundays. 2 a.m. Eastern to 6 a.m. Eastern. So if you guys are staying up super late, you know, you can catch me. If you're up super early, you can catch me. But with that being said, if you guys are headed off to bed, I hope you get the sleep that you need. I hope you guys truly get that deep REM that kind of like gets you ready for the next day. If you guys are headed to work, if you're at work right now, I hope you have a phenomenal day at work. You definitely deserve it. You've probably been working really hard. But ultimately, I hope you guys remember to stay safe, stay hydrated, and don't forget to relax today. Because you're on Tiki time.
Shipwrecked soldiers on wooden stand, Type 38 rifles in hand, hula gals with summer smiles, no war drums, just beach for miles. Ghost parked by Tiki lights, shadows dance in tropic nights, sand beneath where boots once stood, paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope, coconuts and crude soap, imperial dreams, fade and sun, warriors turn beach bums. Shine to ocean gods we raise, praying for forgotten days, sake in the campfire glow, life's a surfboard, ebb and flow. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with